We all have our audio off and our,
So we're asking those of you on Zoom, can you hear?
No.
yes,
Yep.
okay, great.
So I heard someone say no, and then member,
But it's very low. It's very low,
okay,
the volume.
okay.
Al?
Volume is very low. Okay.
And Cassie, I'm getting on my laptop.
Okay. I'm going to try to continue the roll. Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yes, and it sounds good right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sanders Sullivan?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Cassie. The following members are participating remotely over Zoom. Member Wiesenfreund, Member Montgomery Tamaklo, Member Stein, Member Martin, Member Mahoney, Member Reese, Member Jewell. Mayor Chiara is absent. Before we begin, a few notes. As a less experienced chair, specifically a first-term vice chair, I'll be engaging Robert's rules a little more thoroughly than usual in order to keep discussion on track, so please bear with me throughout the process. Note also that I have a visual impairment, and I ask that members please wait until the previous speaker has ceded the floor before raising your hand via Zoom to be recognized, which will be easy since most of us are on Zoom. In addition to that, I am going to encourage you to focus your conversation on information that is needed to help you and our colleagues vote and/or information that you feel is essential to the public in their understanding of the governance of our school district. Finally, I'm going to cite Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20G, which provides that no person shall address a meeting of a public body without permission of the chair, and all persons shall, at the request of the chair, be silent. No person shall disrupt the proceedings of a meeting of a public body. If, after clear warning from the chair, a person continues to disrupt the proceedings, the chair may order the person to withdraw from the meeting, and if the person does not withdraw, the chair has the authority to authorize a constable or other officer to remove the person from the meeting. In keeping with the principles of the city and the school committee, and to maintain order in the event of a disruption by a person who has been warned once and asked to withdraw and who does not comply, I shall call, pending no objection from the body, an immediate 5-minute recess. So moving on now to the student representative report. First on the agenda, we have the student representative report. Thank you, Ana Lucia. The floor goes to you.
Hi, everyone. There's not too much happening, and I have a couple questions from other students. But first, let's see. For Student Union, we have our annual bubble tea sale coming up on Monday, along with our picnic for the end of the year celebration, which means that this year of Student Union is pretty much finished, and we'll be having elections at the end of May to see who the new representatives will be. Yesterday, I don't know too much about what happened, but the fire alarm went off. It was not a fire drill. Mr. Taglieri said it was a malfunction in the system or something like that. So there was no like actual fire, so no one was hurt, everyone was safe. And it was actually very quick. Honestly, it might have been faster than a normal fire drill. And some questions that some of my classmates had for you all were, is the phone ban actually happening next year? Like, has it been voted on yet?
Would you like to go question by question?
I guess if you can answer it now, that would be good, helpful. And then I can ask my next question afterwards.
So is the phone ban happening now? I'm going to actually open this up to the floor and ask for comment from members of the Subcommittee on Rules and Policy.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Me or Ana Lucia? Member Wiesenfreund, is this a question that you would feel comfortable taking?
Can you please repeat the question? I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm under the weather. I'm happy to, if you could please repeat the question.
Ana Lucia, could you repeat the question for Member Wiesenfreund? please?
Is the phone ban happening next year?
I have no way of answering that question. I don't see we're still deliberating about the phone ban. I have two other members here also who can speak to that. We have been working on it for a while. On May 20th, we're going to have both the middle school and the high school principal join our meeting to talk about the phone ban and why the off and away expectation seems to be working well at the middle school but not the high school.
Can we pause this? Sorry.
Would you like to take a 2-minute recess to address this issue?
Yeah, because I don't think anybody.
Interrupted. I don't know what's going on.
Member Wiesenfreund, I think what's happening is we on Zoom can hear each other well, and then I think the folks in the and vice versa.
Yeah, so so maybe they need to solve their technical difficulties because I think that's why I was not able to hear the question to begin with.
We're taking a 2-minute recess to resolve.
those who are at home on Zoom or wherever you are, just letting you know that NOM is working on things. We at Zoom can hear each other pretty well. I think the folks in the room can hear us and vice versa, so they're working on it. And stay tuned. Thank you for your patience.
Tony, can you hear me?
We can't really hear you still.
Okay.
How about now?
Low volume or no sound?
That was a little tiny bit better.
Okay, is it because we are not speaking into the mics? Like not right now, I'm speaking into the mic. Can you hear it?
We can't hear you properly. You look muted and we can't hear you properly.
She should be muted because of Zoom, but the mic should be working. That seems to be the issue.
So NAM is trying to resolve the issue, but we can continue the meeting, but the quality of the sound, for instance, you would not be able to hear the people in the room and vice versa.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
We can hear everyone who's on Zoom with no problem.
Dr. Bonner, if you bring the mic directly to your face, can you see what that sounds like?
Okay, I'm testing. Can you hear me better?
A little bit.
That's better. Is there a laptop that members of the community who wanted to address public comment could use?
They can, yes. Anna Lucia, can you test that mic for us? Just speak, we're going to test the,
Hello?
can you hear Anna Lucia?
Yes.
Lucia, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're okay, so I'll turn it back over to the chair. We can end the recess. Oh. Ah. Oh. Speaking of the JFK roof. Okay. So let's, I'm going to restore the recording.
Oh,
And
Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bonner. Thank you, Mom. We are back on. And Member Riesenfreund, are you comfortable taking this question, or shall we turn it over to another
I
member?
can't hear you at all, Member Bartoli.
You cannot hear me like this.
Not really.
It's all garbled.
How about this? Better?
Slightly better.
Okay, I'm on Dr. Bonner's microphone.
It's really garbled. You can't really hear you.
It's still garbled. Okay. Why don't we, okay, so what we'll do is we will unmute ourselves. I'm going to invite those of us who are here in person to unmute yourself on your Zoom only when you are speaking so that the folks on Zoom can hear us, and let's see if that works.
That seems a little better, actually, right now.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Elena.
When you spoke directly into the microphone, we could hear you.
Like this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to turn my head. We're going with it. Member Riesenfreund, are you...
It's Weisenfreund, by the way, but that's okay.
It is Weisenfreund. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Member Weisenfreund, are you comfortable taking...
Sure, I mean, I
Annalise's
can
question.
answer, I guess the question is what's happening with the cell phone ban?
Yes.
And so, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. I appreciate the question. I can only answer from my position of Chair of Rules and Policy. And to let you know, all the recordings are available. We've been continuing to work on it. We are meeting again on May 20th. I've suggested that it be on the agenda again for May 20th, at which time we will have both the JFK and the high school principals coming to help us think about this a little bit better too. Also, I just wanted to reiterate that the law will task DESE to come up with sample policies and guidance. This has not been finalized yet on the state level. But when it is, we do expect that there will be model policies, which doesn't mean that we'll wait for those necessarily. But again, I'm not a sole decision maker here, but I'm working with my colleagues and with the community to come up with a good solution. So is that satisfactory?
I was also wondering if, I know you don't really know, but will the yonder pouches be what it is if you vote to approve the ban?
I understand that there's a desire to know that, but no decisions have been made in that regard.
Okay. My next question is, there's been conversations about there not being flex at all next year. Is that something that's in serious consideration or just something that was floated?
I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Bonner.
You could keep that. So, as far as I know, I have not been in conversation with Principal Tagliere with that consideration for
It
next-
wasn't Mr. Taglieri. That I just heard it from like passing, like,
Oh, okay, so he has not made that recommendation
okay.
to administration as well as, in terms of the school committee as well. So I don't know where that's coming from. So I can't really speak to it, but I just wanted to tell you it was not a consideration
Okay.
at central office anyways.
Okay. And then one last question is for the next year when the geothermal construction is happening, which actually the construction is not loud at all in the test section. I barely notice it when I eat lunch outside. What's going to happen when there are sports games after school? So the students are still parked in the stadium lot, but then all of the parents that want to come see and the away team's buses, where are they going to go and park?
So Ana Lucia, well, first of all, it was just the drilling and testing the site, so you guys have not really felt the impact of what the construction sound may become. But I'm glad that the students are forward-thinking in terms of how that's going to impact the parking at the high school. And so right now, I'm literally speaking to 2 different community members about some off-site parking that's very close to the school. And hopefully within the next week or 2, that will be finalized and we can share with the student body what are some alternatives to the parking.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and one last student union update is that we have a prom dress closet that it provides free prom dresses, and I think there's some suits or maybe not a full suit, but they're like shirts and jackets for any student that is in need of something to wear to prom, and it's in a closet, and if they want to see it, they can email Ms. Sullivan to schedule an appointment for it. And that's it.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to public comment. We will begin public comment. If you wish to make one, please sign up at the podium or use the raise hand feature. We also welcome written public comment, which is equally part of the public record at northampton-school-committee@northampton-k12.us, and it will be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I'm going to go off script a bit here. We welcome all comments from all community members and value the diversity of opinion that our community brings to this space. I believe that the ability to hold diverse opinions and at times conflicting ones contributes to the maintenance of a healthy democracy. Back on script. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Please know that the school committee does not respond during public comment, as it is the public's time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you will understand when we don't respond to them. To protect privacy rights, we ask that in your comments you do not use names of students or personnel. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation was requested or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested at the start, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. Member Senator Sullivan will be setting a timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. According to the rules of procedure, the school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. Again, we welcome your comment. We are beginning public comment at 7:03. So the first comment is from Laura Fragamini.
Oh, no.
Okay. Hi, I'm Laura Fragamini, Florence resident and NPS Preschool and Partnership Coordinator. In your agenda this evening, you will be asked to accept a donation for the Early Childhood Center. I'm here to share a bit about it with you because it beautifully illustrates the business community support we have in our city. Back in September, Katie McLaughlin of the Greater Northampton Chamber of Commerce connected me with Amanda Lambert, who runs Gateway Gives. It's a program from Gateway Fiber. They had just done a fundraiser for Bridge Street School, and they were looking for ways to continue to give. Amanda from Gateway Fiber then connected us with Judy Harrell from Harrell's Ice Cream. In over a few months, we met to come up with an event that would benefit the MPS Early Childhood Center's programs for families with young children. Their joint business support and collaborative efforts to dream up, work through the logistics, provide the funding, staffing, location, and amazing ice cream were truly terrific. Additionally, we worked with Lexi Walters-Wright of High Five Books to connect with local author Angela DiTerlizzi. On April 18th, as the culminating event of the Week of the Young Child, we held the Ice Cream for Breakfast fundraiser. Folks came for ice cream, the author readings, to visit with one another. Their business's generosity and dedication in supporting the community of Northampton is sincerely appreciated, and we ask that you accept their donation with our gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Zoom, we have, I believe it's Adam Grief. I can't see the full name. Adam Grief.
Hi there, it's Greff.
Greff.
Yeah, Adam Greff.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me talk. My name's Adam Greff. I live in Florence. I have one child at Leeds in first grade and another one who will be there soon. And I just wanted to just say I support there being like a bell-to-bell phone ban, and done in such a way so that the phones are either in the pouches or just away somewhere so that they're not accessible to students. I know that there's some policies, I believe, at JFK where they're sort of away, but from what I understand, they're still technically accessible. And I would just support there being a policy to just have them completely out of access throughout the day. I just think it's just like such a distraction. It's such a distraction from social, emotional development that's happening. And I really would hope that happens by the time my son gets to JFK. And then the other thing I wanted to say is I would hope, there's just been like a constant stream, like the New York Times, Guardian, NBC, like constant stream of information about how technology has gotten into the schools so much and ed tech. And again, I'm new to the schools, so I don't know all this background. I think during the pandemic, a lot of technology came into the school, which was great to be able to access it. But I would just hope that maybe at some point there's some sort of reevaluation of how it's being used and if it's appropriate, not just for distraction wise and not being the best for learning, but also, privacy concerns. I mean, there was just a big hack of that Canvas app, which I think a lot of schools used. A lot of information out there from that. So that perspective as well concerns me. And also, I just want to say, we're so happy to be part of this community and be in the school system. So it's a great place to have children be in school. So I'm not trying to knock the school system at all in any of these comments, okay? We're happy to be here. I'm just trying to make comments which I feel like might improve things. And I feel like this stuff with the technology is really starting to come up these past 6 months. It's just like everywhere. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. In person, we have Leslie Yalin and Kristen LD.
Good evening. We are Leslie Yalin, I'm in Ward 5, and Kristen LD, Ward 7. We're NPS parents, and we'd like to start by thanking the members of the school committee for the time and care you each bring to your position. We want to acknowledge the obvious that for a long time now, among school committee members, city councilors, and within the Northampton community at large, there have been passionate differences of opinion about what ails our schools and how best to serve them. Different ideas about whether the town can afford to increase the NPS budget, different perspectives on how best to remedy non-compliance with IEPs, about who should next lead our district, and so on. In some cases, these differences are profound, and the debate around them has been vehement and prickly. That is not a problem. Debate and diversity of opinions in our community are good. We personally are advocates for fully funded schools and believe that increases to the NPS budget are possible. But we also want to hear discussion and debate. We want new information and perspectives. We don't have all the answers. This is why we've been disheartened in recent months by some of the communication we're hearing from community members at school committee meetings, online, and in the wider public sphere. Speech that is squashing and distorting public debate, speech that is hyperbolic, misleading, or patently untrue. We're talking about communications that label intelligent people as dumb or stupid, and thoughtful progressives as fascists. Communications that are based on false assumptions that demonize those who disagree. While the intention behind such rhetoric is something we can get behind, an urgent desire to stand up for vulnerable members of our community, it's having the opposite impact. It is stifling the deeper relationship building, creativity, and collaboration we need in order to solve the district's problems and meet the needs of all our children. We are not afraid to speak truth to power. We've done so. But in order to speak truth to power, one has to listen well enough to discover the truth. This requires mindfulness, connection, and humility. It requires an environment where people can enter the conversation without fear of being smeared. It requires living in the tension between moral strength and flexibility, between raising one's voice and stopping to listen, between holding people accountable and holding on to each person's humanity. We ask members of this committee and the community to stay in this productive tension. We ask that you reject baseless attacks on character, false dichotomies of good and evil, and any rhetoric that seeks to drown out thoughtful engagement. Last sentence. We hope you will continue to speak out strongly, everybody, and also listen to one another with compassion and care. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Amy Sidoti.
Hi, my name's Amy Sidoti, Northampton, Ward 6. I have 3 kids in the public schools, and I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Ryan Road School. I'm speaking tonight to ask that elementary schools in Northampton have access to therapeutic behavior programs. There's an increase in volume and severity of behaviors in our schools. Things like metal water bottles being thrown, bookcases being knocked over, students yelling and crashing into walls and doors inside our classrooms and the hallways while learning is taking place. I think we can do better. I've been teaching since 1999, and I've never worked in a district that did not have another option other than the general ed classroom for students who cannot access the curriculum due to their behaviors stemming from trauma or mental health issues. I think we can do it better. Currently, any students who have any issues with self-regulation are all in the general education classroom. They may have pull-out services to help them with academics or counseling for 30 to 60 minutes a day. The rest of their time is spent in a classroom with 18 to 24 other students. I'm a huge proponent of inclusion. I have seen so many beautiful and brilliant children access curriculum in a general education setting. They take their accommodations and run at their own full capacity. But what about the kids whose least restrictive environment is not the general education classroom? Well, currently, if they are not able to regulate, they are at best spending time in the library, taking walks around the building, and at worst, they are experiencing their dysregulation in the classroom in front of their peers, or in the hallway, or in the reset room. This has become the norm. Having a paraprofessional as a one-to-one sometimes is such a great help to students. Sometimes it's not. Giving our students who have the hardest time in our school setting to our lowest paid educators has never sat well with me. Our paras are working their hardest and putting their blood, sweat, their hearts, and many tears into their job. Help us help them do better. We have great things happening in our classrooms across the district, but currently with some of our students who are struggling with behavior, we are in a lose-lose-lose. We are interrupting the learning of the students in our classrooms a lot. We are burning out paraprofessionals and teachers who care deeply and are crushed that they can't be more effective teachers to these students. But finally, and to me, this is the most important one, the kids with issues regulating their behavior are not learning to their full potential. We really want to do better for them. My wish for these kids is to have a fully funded therapeutic program. These kids need and deserve a full-time special education teacher, as well as a full-time school adjustment counselor, running a small group classroom with sensory tools, space, access to breaks, access to parts of the day in the general classroom when they are able to, and curriculum that is best for that student. Please help us do that. General education classrooms are not the least restrictive environment for every child. Let's not just throw our hands up and say, well, this is just how it is now. Let's be creative and innovative and try our best to give each student what they need. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. In person, we have Sue Sullivan.
My name is Sue Sullivan, and I live at 98 North Elm Street. I'm here as a teacher at NHS and a cell phone ad hoc committee member to urge the Rules Committee to pass the NPS cell phone policy. The Rules Committee had a job to do when they received the policy several months ago. Instead of using their knowledge of the well-known crisis educators and students are in with excessive cell phone use during school, the Rules Committee, led by Anat, seems to have their head in the sand by asking students to comment again on the policy when they already did, and are now asking JFK and NHS administrators to come to their meeting on the 20th and explain why the current policy is not working. Meanwhile, we are very close to having the governor sign a cell phone bill into law for the state to begin October 1st. The Rules Committee continues to ignore the facts. Test scores are down. Student mental health is spiraling. Student behaviors like fights are on the rise, more than double this year at NHS. All the while, students are being filmed without their consent. The latest DESE guidance, also introduced by the governor, is on the rise of deepfakes in schools and the need to fully prosecute the use of them by students on students. These are very challenging times, and the Rules Committee needs to step up and protect our students, support our teachers, and lift up our educational system by passing the cell phone policy. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Emily Body.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Emily Body. I live in Northampton on Adair Place. I am the co-founder of Reconnect Western Mass, and I've also served on the Distraction-Free Schools Policy Project for the Massachusetts team, where we've been working on state legislation for phone policy for the last 2 years, hoping to follow in the footsteps of 24 other states around the country that have instituted bell-to-bell phone policies across their states. I was here with my colleagues, including Sue, who just spoke, and another community member, presenting to this committee almost exactly a year ago on this issue. And yet, we're here a year later and we don't have a policy yet. I'm asking that the Rules Committee and this committee institute a phone-free school policy where phones are turned off and inaccessible from the first bell of the day to the last bell of the day. From a survey recently to the community, we had the majority of NPS staff and parents believe that cell phone access during the day is negatively impacting focus, and they support a strict policy. And I just want to address a recent study that was published by the National Bureau of Economic Research, which is being passed around as an indicator that cell phone-free schools are ineffective. I'll briefly paraphrase a summary that was shared by one of my colleagues. Phone-free school policies were designed to reduce classroom distraction, improve teacher experience, and protect adolescent mental health. The paper delivers measurable evidence on all three. Phone use in class fell from 61% to 13% of students. Teacher satisfaction with the policy rose from 26% to 75%. By year 2, student well-being at pouch schools was 0.16 standard deviations higher than comparison schools. The well-being trajectory was dynamic, a dip in year 1, a recovery by year 2. Disciplinary incidents followed the same arc. The year 2 well-being finding is statistically significant on its own. Test scores effects on average sat near 0. The paper notes this average, quote, masks interesting heterogeneity across grade levels, unquote. High school math improved by about 1 percentile point. Middle school effects went the other way and were smaller. The paper notes that students may shift attention to laptops, where social media, video sites, messaging capability, and other distracting apps are currently available. I urge the committee to pass a policy with time for thoughtful community engagement and implementation ahead of the 26-27 school year. Thank you.
Thank you. In person, we have Al Simon.
Good evening, Al Simon, Northampton. I have two disparate comments tonight. The first is regarding our city charter, section 4-5, school committee powers and duty, subsection 3, which states adopting and overseeing the administration of an annual operating budget for the school department subject to appropriation by the city council, provided that the school committee shall have general charge and superintendence of all school buildings and grounds and shall furnish all school buildings with proper fixtures, furniture, and equipment. There are a few more sentences which go into more detail, which I'm not going to read, but are obviously available to anyone who wants to look. I will repeat. The school committee shall have general charge and superintendence of all school buildings and grounds. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, superintendence means the act or function of superintending or directing supervision. Synonyms for superintendence are supervision, management, administration, control, operation, oversight, handling, direction, government, stewardship. I speak to this because our mayor seems to believe the school committee plays no role in capital projects affecting its buildings. It is important for the school committee to assert its responsibilities where appropriate. My sense is the members of this committee are open to do so. I hope you will. Next. While I have the right to say what I like during my public comment, whether it's positive or negative, sarcastic, angry, or praising, I do not have the right to repeatedly or continually disrupt your business meeting. I believe you, the school committee, should conduct yourselves in a professional manner. You also have an obligation to yourselves and the public to hold your meetings to reasonable length and to complete the business at hand. If members of the public impede this, they should be asked to leave. And if they don't, they should be removed. Some may want these meetings to be theater for whatever reason, but you are doing the people's business. Please conduct yourselves with professionalism and seriousness and remove obstacles to doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Daniel Brindell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, sorry, in the middle of bath time. Hi, yeah, my name's Dan Brindell, Northampton. I'm a Bridge Street parent. My first real comment is I was really disappointed by the public aspect of the superintendent search that took place 2 weeks ago. This was a process that was over a year in the making. As an earlier commenter said, this was a major and continues to be a major heated issue within this district in the past election, et cetera. The public really had a lot to say in it. However, the public aspect of this decision seems like it took place between Monday and Tuesday. The survey that was open to the public was due by Wednesday at noon. So almost nobody was able to actually fill out that survey while also watching those videos. If you look through the actual results from that thing, you only have 32 Northampton residents actually filled that out. So you can go through the data and break it down a little bit. But basically, it's a selective group. It's not a small sample. It's something that shot, before most of us were able to even get to it, because most of these events on Monday and Tuesday took place right now during bath time, during bedtime, during dinner time. And so the public, I think, had a lot that they wanted to say and wanted to get involved. I don't think we got the opportunity. I think, unfortunately, that survey was held up at the beginning of your last meeting as sort of representative of the public, or at least representative of the public that was engaged in the decision. And many, many, many of us who were engaged didn't get a chance to fill out that survey. Unfortunately, again, I think it was 35 Northampton parents filled it out of the 70, maybe it was 38. So, you know, it was a very selective group. I think a lot of people that filled it out before they were even able to see you guys interview these candidates or even meet with them. And yet this was held up as representative of the public. And you guys ended up choosing the person actually who didn't have a bell curve in terms of public opinion. They had a divide, which is controversial. I think had the public been able to weigh in, there wasn't even public comment. I think a lot of this would have come to the fore. And I'm just really disappointed by how the whole really weighty decision was made, basically without the public. My other comment, to piggyback off of what some other people have been saying and the cell phone ban, yes, apps, screens, cell phones, they really, really damage kids' ability to learn and focus. We all know that now. The studies are incontrovertible. Meanwhile, in public elementary school, they're training my kid using apps and tablets and sending them home with QR codes for me to scan so that I can download apps. So while these things are incredibly destructive to our older kids, the district is training our younger kids at a significant cost to the entire school district. So I'd like to raise an alert to that, and I hope that we look at that when we're looking at tech in the district as well. And thank you for all you do. Good night.
Thank you. In person, we have Gaurav Jashnani.
Mike Stein, you know there's no video of him right now?
Gaurav Jashnani, Ward 6. I'd like disability accommodations.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your time.
6 minutes.
For those present and on Zoom. I've got two things. First, briefly, at Bridge Street, we have an after-school enrichment program, BASE, which I emailed the committee about recently. It's incredible. I love Bridge Street, and still, BASE is literally the best part of our school. It is the heart of our community, guided by some of the best, most caring pedagogy I've ever seen, and I say that as an educator myself. We also have a Y after-school program, which is fine. We are seeking clarity about what the new district-wide after-school program rollout means for our families and for the BASE program. Right now, we're completely in the dark. Many of us are concerned and upset. And most importantly, we want to ensure that BASE will continue to exist in its current form with its current leadership and staffing next year, and as long as those staff are willing to do so. This is imperative to hundreds of children and caregivers that utilize that program and that love that program. So please, I ask you to confirm this with me and with the families of Bridge Street as soon as possible. There is a great deal of concern, and it's only growing. Second, I'm here to discuss our Student Services Office and how it continues to fail us. I will send you an email with more details about my own experience, but in short, for the majority of last year, my child's IEP was violated almost every day. After I filed a state complaint, Director Matt Holloway sent a transcript of my IEP meeting to both me and the state. I know some of you are familiar, but perhaps not all of you. It included a quote-unquote hot mic portion with him and 3 other district staff speaking. They insulted me, swore about me, and threatened to, quote, go to war with me and my family. They also admitted that our district routinely violates IEPs and lowballs services when creating those IEPs in the first place. A few months later, Director Holloway threatened to sue me for speaking publicly about this violation of my rights and my child's rights, and mailed this threat to me on school letterhead. Despite this history, Director Holloway forced his way into my child's IEP meeting in January of this year. We asked him multiple times not to attend, given his past behavior, but he ignored us, saying that he was attending because of the, quote, public nature of my child's IEP. Unless there are FERPA violations I'm not aware of, there is nothing public about my child's IEP. We canceled this January meeting because of him, but then he again forced his way into our rescheduled meeting last month. Although we already had another administrator present, he insisted that he needed to be there. During the meeting, he said almost nothing and had no legitimate reason to attend. Moreover, he appears to have a habit of non-consensually attending IEP meetings when the caregivers are critics of special education in our district. Accordingly, I asked the school committee to examine this very concerning pattern of what may be retaliation. More broadly, we have a student services office that has managed to trigger both state and federal investigations into civil rights violations in our district in less than 2 years here. Our director is failing our disabled children, failing our neurodivergent children, and failing to do his job. Special education parents throughout our district watch as these problems continue day after day. Legally required services are ignored, children with IEPs are failed, and special education law is routinely violated, as DESE found in its investigation this past summer. And so I ask, is this incompetence? Is this apathy? Or is this what our district functionally requires? We're in a district where our mayor has relentlessly gutted our school budget for years. She's taken away the staffing that we need to have minimally functional schools. At my children's school, the majority of children who the school believes need reading or math intervention receive nothing, solely because we haven't hired enough interventionists. We've created a context in which ignoring special education law and ignoring the needs of our children is exactly what we need for our budget to work. According to the data that you all forced Director Holloway to release to CPAC, and I thank you for that, the level of missed services for students at JFK is 4 times higher than at our other schools. Our middle schoolers are facing a terrible and illegal situation. Why is there no apparent oversight or enforcement at the district level? Again, is this what our school budget requires and what we see in so many forms? Students getting screwed over day after day, particularly if they are disabled, English language learners, poor, or children of color. The mayor knows this because hundreds of us have told her this at public comment over the last 2.5 years. She has made it clear with her budgetary decisions that she does not care. So I am asking you, the other members of the school committee, to please think very seriously about whether or not it is acceptable for us as a district to continue to violate the civil rights of disabled children in Northampton day after day, month after month, likely ruining the lives of some of these children in order to save a few bucks, which we then spend on less pressing priorities. And along with our new incoming super, I am asking you to hire a new director of student services, one who complies consistently with state and federal law and who ensures the education of disabled children. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Ms. Zaborski.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Melissa Makaborski, I live in Northampton. Thank you, Gaurav. I just want to remind everybody that all of those things that Gaurav just reminded us about are preventable, and they were all choices. Since it's budget season, I think it's a good time to talk a minute about the facts of what's happened in the past 2 years. Going back in time, when looking forward, nobody could say with 100% certainty that we could have fully funded our schools. But now that we have the data and we have the facts, we can look back and say, yes, we could have given the schools $2 million additional dollars per year, also fully funded other departments, and saved in line with state recommendations. It was a choice. Mayor Chiara and her allies made you feel like it wasn't possible because she wanted to use money and put it aside for other things. It was a lie. All of this harm that's happened to the children in our district and the fighting that's happened between longtime friends in this community was preventable, and it was because she lied. I want to give you a warning of what's to come. Some people on the city council are still not aware, or at least they say they're not aware, of the fact that the Picture Main Street project is going to cost us multiple $1 million in municipal funds and non-participating items. Non-participating items are items that are not covered by state or federal funding and require municipal funds. These include right-of-way, legal issues, betterments, which are things like negotiations between Director Mish, the planning director, which is going on right now between Mish and property owners, and will cost us many millions of dollars for her choices. How are we going to pay for that? They don't know. They don't have a plan. Please go back and watch the Finance Committee meeting and watch the questions that people asked. Some of that money is going to come from the things they've saved from squeezing services. Some of it, they'll try and get an override. There's no way that's going to pass because no one's going to vote for an override under Mayor Chiara because we know she won't use the money for schools. They might take out a loan, but Scanlon said we won't be able to fund our operating budget if we do so. So that's going to squeeze schools further. If you don't want more cuts, please pay attention to that and speak up at council. And then the last option is debt exclusion, which would put Picture Main Street on the ballot. I'm hoping for that because I know the community doesn't want that and we want our schools funded. Please ask questions. Don't feel disrespectful about asking questions. This is normal and healthy to do. It's not disrespectful, and it could save a lot more harm in our future. Thank you.
Thank you. In person, we have Kathy McNally.
Thank you. It's Kathy McNally, Ward 1, and I want to thank Gaurav for doing the constant, painstaking work of documenting all the failures of the special ed system and special services, and it's shocking. So other friends and supporters of school funding will talk to you tonight about data, budgets, et cetera. I want to talk about Amy Martin and the presentation that she gave to City Council March 30th or 31st. It was about 6 weeks ago, and because the way things happen so fast, we may have forgotten about it. And at SOS, I'm going to make sure that we have links to Amy. We have a document with Amy's presentation, her pull quotes, et cetera, and I want to share some of them tonight. So what Amy did was pull together quite quickly what's called a State of the Schools presentation, which is the most boring headline imaginable, really. And the presentation was fantastic. She managed to create an audience-centered, focused presentation that touched on the budget, but really talked about the great things that we have and the challenges. She spoke plainly, she spoke beautifully, and I want you all to keep listening to that, because what Amy was really doing at that meeting was bringing an appeal. She was asking your sister body, or your brother body, whatever, that sounds gross, to work with you, because the problem of schools and the challenges to our school are unlike any challenges that have to do with roadways, water barriers. As important as they are, children and education are different. And Amy made the strong appeal. I want to say what Amy had said. And while you'll be voting on the budget for the school district, the real question isn't really just about money. It's about our values. If we can't fully fund every student's education, if we can't meet the needs of other departments, we owe the public straight answers. And then we have to figure out how to prioritize. As Michael Stein often says, we have to talk about that. We have to prioritize it. And one more thing from Amy. I know that many of us, this is how she closed, ride our bikes. Some of us ride scooters and wheelchairs around. We all have to navigate a lot of potholes. Those potholes are going to get filled over time. But the figurative potholes in our school are invisible to most people in our community. And with the target and level service budget that you were considering, those potholes will stay and they will grow and they will become educational, economic, and moral sinkholes. And Amy went there and she said it. And let's hope that eventually many more on the city council will
Please
listen.
wrap up.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have iPhone 2.
That's
Is that Maritha Wallace there? Welcome.
Unmute. She's muted.
Maritha, could you please unmute? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sweet. All right. So my name is Maritha Wallace. I have been a paraprofessional at JFK for 11 years. And I have been happy to have been there for 11 years. I just want to talk a little bit about what our job is as paraprofessionals. Many of us meet our students in the morning as they get off the bus. We take them to wherever they have to go. Sometimes it's first period. Sometimes we have a little meeting in, like I am in the ASD program. And one of the, we get everybody together, get their books, get their whatever. And we at times, because we are either one-on-ones, two-on-ones, or small groups, have a lot of time with our students, especially our behavior students. And sometimes we get really tired. And there have been times when we have had to call out sick because our brain has been through a lot during those times, during the day when we are with our students. And we, as paras, sometimes feel that we are penalized for that. And I'm only speaking for myself at this particular time. I have lupus, and I have felt that I cannot take a day off without feeling that I am doing something wrong, because we don't have enough substitute teachers, we don't have enough sub-paraprofessionals, and it is extremely frustrating to be told over and over that we are not doing our jobs. We are doing our jobs to the best of our ability. We're not front-loaded with sick time, so we have to gain our sick time by being there. But if we're sick, if we're having a crisis, if something is going on within our families, we can't take time. If we've run out of time, we have to earn our time. And some days I come home and I am so exhausted. It's not because I don't love my job. It's not because I don't love my students. It is tiring on a daily basis for that. So I would like you to understand that to not always blame the paras for the absences, for student services being missed, because we are important too. And we carry a large load of what goes on with our students. And so rather than penalizing us for that, it would be amazing if we were valued and treasured and treated like such. But I've heard a lot about missed services. That falls on us. And a lot of times we need a little bit more help. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any final comments? One more to online. Okay.
Requesting an accommodation.
6 minutes.
It doesn't really bother me if some members of the public don't realize that it's ignorant to use their time addressing a government body to talk about public speech. It doesn't really bother me if some people don't like being called fascists when their comment is, please arrest people who are performing civil disobedience. You get what you sow. Do you know what this is? This is one of the dumbest things I have ever seen come out of the city government. This is a certified letter from Northampton Student Services on letterhead by Matt Holloway, full of imaginary legalese that he's dreamt up, threatening to sue me because he didn't like being made fun of in a meme. He didn't like being criticized. He thought it was defamatory to say that he's gaslit families. You just heard from one of the parents who's been gaslit by him. This letter went to the school committee and to the superintendent. And I thought, my God, I'm only a stenographer, but even I know this is a violation of my First Amendment rights. Pretty stupid. And I was surprised that I didn't hear from your lawyer right away saying, we're so sorry, we didn't know he was writing that. You know, when I finally did hear that there was some movement, it was after I found out about the other cease and desist he's written. And I made a records request for them. Only then do I understand the superintendent said, hey, somebody's been writing letters on the letterhead. Could they please not do that? Where were you before? You were copied on this. You don't mind when people get bullied and intimidated, but you mind when we find out that it's an ADA violation? Because in this letter, he mentions that I'm on the CPAC board now, and he really hopes I'm going to behave there, which is retaliating against an advocate for disabled children. And you're already being investigated by the feds for violating the rights of disabled children. And you know that we're in constant communication with that office. So this is how you run your government, and then you don't like being called ignorant. You don't understand how ignorant the government is that you're a part of, because this is how you guys do things. And then this very week, what did we see? We saw the corporation founded in Delaware by Josh Silver. What's it called? The Northampton Information Hub, to provide neutral and unbiased information about city government. Right? Why did they need to put that into a money funneling operation? Why did they need money for that if they're just sharing information? Why can't City Hall just share information? How come we don't already have an unbiased news source? And I don't think you guys have fully appreciated yet what you are dealing with. And that is why I call you ignorant. When you try to compromise with people who run national nonprofits to mess with elections, and they happen to live in your town and do the same thing here. And they say they fight corruption and lobbying. What do you think they just created? Do you think that's an education nonprofit, a charity that's supposed to look like it's not lobbying? Do you think that when Josh Silver tried to get people to run for school committee to pack it for people who would vote for the mayor, that he was trying to end corruption? The situation here is dire. The situation in America is dire. The situation in the Democratic Party is dire. It has been. Okay, I was born in 1985 in California. We already had Reagan as a governor before he became president. Okay, I grew up understanding how messed up this supposed democracy is that we were born into. And Northampton, if you wanted to do something radical, what you would do is just try to have a democracy. That would be so radical. That hasn't happened yet. You would listen to the public, actually. You wouldn't do, like Dan Brindell pointed out, a survey on the eve of voting and then say 30 people from the community who are caregivers voted, so wow, the community's so excited. You would say, wow, that's 0.1% of the people who live here. I don't think that's really representative of the community. I hope that Annie Azarloza fires Matt Holloway. I do, because I can't imagine why you would want to be open to this much liability. You're already in federal litigation. You just had executive session about it. I'm already in federal litigation with you. I'm one of the only people probably in this city who has had or will have a real defamation case. And you got this guy sending out fake defamation letters. You know what the bar is to be able to bring a defamation case? I was able to bring that. Matt Holloway's not able to bring that. This is foolish. You didn't pick the superintendent who desegregated schools. You didn't pick the one who taught people that black people aren't actually dumb. They're not actually bad at math. We just didn't teach them to read. You picked one who speaks Spanish and says she's a social justice warrior. I hope it works out for you. I hope you start to understand what accountability looks like and how you can get a superintendent to hold people accountable, because we surely haven't seen it.
Thank you. Karen Schiaffo on Zoom.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karen Schiaffel, and I live in Ward 7. I've been a longtime resident of Northampton, and I've been a nurse in the district for 17 years. And I want to bring your attention to a policy that is before you tonight in second reading, a field trip policy, and there are two new parts of it. And one is the right to postpone or cancel a trip up to the day of the trip. And the second part is that no more than one nurse per day per district can accompany a trip. And I have issue with this new policy because there's, first of all, much planning that goes into planning a field trip, and there's a lot involved. And it is an integral part of learning. And it's also an equity issue. If a field trip is canceled, some students may not have access to these trips. And as we know, there are more and more medical needs in the district, and we do have trips that go out where they do need a nurse to go, and it is going to be more than one per district. And I feel strongly that recently we had the entire fourth grade, for all 4 elementary schools, go to the Springfield Symphony, and there were medical needs on the trip. And if this field trip policy passes, we're not going to be able to do that. And there was also a UMass trip where there were multiple needs. It's about funding. This all goes down to funding. And I feel strongly that we need to fund and have sub-nurses available for these trips so that they can take place and it's enrichment for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, we're going to move on to announcements by school committee members. Again, if you have an announcement, please raise your hand in the Zoom box and I'll call on you. Member Jewel?
Hi. I have 2 announcements real quick. The first one is it continues to be standardized test season, so just reminding caregivers they can opt their children out with a simple letter to the principal. And then I just want to do a big congrats to the 8th graders of the Right Flight program at JFK. It's an awesome program. Got to watch some of the kids fly on Friday. Others will fly next week. I think next week. And just thank you to the adults who continue to organize this program and the young folks who are learning. It's pretty exciting and one of the things I think we need to be shouting out.
Thank you. Okay. Member Mahoney?
Good evening, everyone. A couple of shout outs for Ryan Road folks. First, I'd like to say thank you to Ryan Road parents, Gina and Jarrett, for their part in organizing the RISE Festival, which is the Resilience and Self-Expression Fest, which is happening this Saturday, May 16th at Northampton High School. The festival highlights the mental health benefits of art in all mediums, fostering self-esteem and community connection for young creators. Then just a couple of quick Ryan Road updates, please. The Ryan Road staff were very appreciative of the Staff Appreciation Week put on by the PTO. There were flowers, books, and treats. The Ryan Road Talent Show is Friday, May 29th. Field Day is June 5th, and June 18th is Ryan Road's Stepping Up ceremony for 5th graders. So thank you all.
Thank you. Member Reese.
Hi, I am the school committee liaison to Northampton Open Media, and I wanted to give an update on their behalf. So NOM, Northampton Open Media, won 7 National Hometown Media Awards for its work. These are national awards with hundreds of local media organizations submitting content. Of those 7 awards, 4 of them were from the Northampton High School Tech Program that was supported with equipment from NOM and software and resources. They won Best Election Coverage, Best in Government, Best in Local History, Best in News, and then also one of the other 3 was a recent NHS graduate who won the National Award for Best Original Film by an Independent Producer, and that was Rose Bennett, who received a Multimedia Arts Grant from NOM to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Martin.
Hey, everybody. 2 quick things. One, I know Sia mentioned this in her student union update, but in addition to having a closet with some prom clothes available, Sue Sullivan is seeking more. So if anybody in the community has gently used or new prom dresses, suits, or shoes, please bring them to the high school front office, and that would need to be before May 28th when prom is. And then secondly, as you maybe have been seeing, I just want to underline that our NHS students who are part of our Northampton Youth Commission are organizing, along with others, our first ever Juneteenth festival on June 6th from 11 to 6 behind Thorns with music and speakers. And I encourage everybody to attend.
Thank you, Member Martin. Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yeah, I was going to add on to what Member Martin said. So the Juneteenth ceremony festival is the first one. It's hosted by the Youth Commission, and it's also been sponsored by the Reparations Study Commission, of which I'm a member. And it is being held at the parking lot of E.J. Gare from 11 to 6. And there will be live performances. There will be food, there will be vendors selling wares. It's really been like the Youth Commission's done a huge amount of work to put this on, so it would be great if everybody could come out and support it.
Thank you. Any more announcements? Okay, on to recommended actions. So the recommended actions, part 1 for today are March 30th, 2026 meeting minutes, our April 9th, 2026 meeting minutes, April 9th, 2026 SAC meeting minutes, April 15th, 2026 meeting minutes. Before I ask for any removals, a reminder that policy BEDG addresses minutes. It's available on our website. I ask that all removals be relevant to the compliance of the minutes with that policy. Are there any removals?
Yes.
Yes, which one?
March 30th minutes. Give me 1 second, please. My apologies. And April 9th minutes.
Okay, so we're going to remove March 30th and April
9th
minutes. Those are not the minutes for the body. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a motion to approve items C and items D. That's April 9th SAC and April 15th meeting minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay, so Member Stein. Oh, okay. Member Jewell.
Can we also remove, April 15th meeting minutes?
Yes, we can remove April 15th meeting minutes. So I'm going to just ask for a motion to approve the April 9th, 2026 SAC meeting minutes so we can get that out of the way and then we'll move on to the amendments.
I'll make a motion to approve the April 9th SAC meeting minutes.
Motion made by Member Weisenfreund.
Second.
Seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. Cassie, roll call, please.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan,
Yes.
Member Bartoli,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Motion carries. So we're going to start with the March 30th, 2026 meeting minutes. Member Weisenfreund, can you share with us your motion for an amendment? please?
Yes, I have a number of things I'd like to discuss about the minutes. It's a little tricky because that meeting wasn't recorded, so I wasn't able to go back and check the recording. We just had the minutes. There were a number of actions taken as reflected in these minutes, and I would like to have some discussion about where we are on those. In addition, so that's the first thing I'd like to do, and I'll try to move through it quickly.
Thank you.
Section 1.4, the vice chair will act as the official spokesperson for the committee. It was clarified that this section relates to communications with the media. And then there was a consensus that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee should refine this section. So I'm asking, is that a formal referral, or do we need to take a vote on that to refer it to Rules and Policy?
I believe that we had voted to refer that to Rules and Policy. Is that not recorded in the minutes? That was my memory.
It says it says there was consensus that Rules and Policy should refine the section. So I just want to make sure that this is actually a referral, then that Rules and Policy should take that up.
I mean, let me defer to Dr. Bonner and Cassie, who have more expertise.
How about the parliamentarian, Member Stein?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's revert to the parliamentarian. Thank you.
I wasn't at the meeting in the room, so I can't say if there was a vote. I don't know if the consensus is saying there was a consensus vote, but just out of an abundance of caution and because it would take very little time, we should just vote to refer it. And then we don't have a order issue.
Okay, thank you, Member Stein. So in that case, will you make a motion to do that vote right now, Member Wiesenfreund? And if you can start with a motion for your amendment, then we can move to discussion and get to the roll call a little more quickly. Happy to have you suggest your amendments in that way.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm asking you to make a motion to vote to refer that to Rules and Policy.
No, somebody else can make a motion, that's fine.
All right, I'll make a motion to refer the discussion about codifying the role of vice chair to Rules and Policy.
Motion made by Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
I second.
Seconded by Member Martin. Let's open this for discussion. Member Stein.
Forgive me if this all makes sense to those who were there, but was the discussion about clarifying this role that, as it's listed in the rules of procedure, so that it would just say that the spokesperson is sort of primarily related to the media and not
Yes.
everything? Okay. Yeah, I would support that.
Any other comments? Member Martin.
My memory and my notes are I think it was to define what we mean by media, because of course media continues to evolve. There are more platforms and avenues that are part of our media system these days. So I think we wanted some clarity about that.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up, right? Because the way the minutes are written, it's just not clear to me what Rules and Policy is supposed to do. And it does say, Member Martin, that you suggested defining media, and then it says there was consensus that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee should refine this section. So, I mean, is that clear enough to the other members of Rules and Policy that are here today? That's something we can work with, or do we need clearer direction? Member Jewell, Member Reese?
I think if the full committee is okay with us defining what media is, then we can go forth with it. It's going to be kind of like us doing it as we go along.
Right, I mean, it doesn't look to me like that's what it actually says. It says Member Martin made a suggestion, but it doesn't say that that's what we should do. It just says that we should refine the section. So what it says to me is that it was clarified that the section relates to communications with the media. So that's what I think, right? And we can talk about if we want to define media or not. I mean, this doesn't even seem to me to really need a referral to rules and policy in all honesty, right? Like we've already made a decision that it relates to communications with the media. So,
Yeah, I'm going to actually jump in here for a second. What I would really appreciate, and I don't know if this is worth an amendment to this motion, is
Member Bartoli, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Can you do the angle thing that worked earlier?
So what I would actually appreciate is more clarity around the role of the vice chair, and so I'm toying with an amendment that would broaden the conversation, so it's not just simply about the vice chair's spokesperson, but the role of the vice chair in general, because I think there's been a great deal of discussion around that in the body.
right, but that's not what we discussed here in this particular meeting, and that's not what the minutes reflect. So
Thank you.
this is why I'm bringing it up.
Right. Thank you, Vincent. Very good point. Okay. So could you repeat your motion, please, Member Weisenfreund?
There is a motion already on the table.
Yeah, could you just repeat it for me, because I've lost
I
focus.
didn't make it.
That was me.
Remember, yeah, I'm sorry.
So I've made a motion to clarify the role of the vice chair when it comes to, I just forgot what I said.
Maybe Cassie wrote it down.
Made a motion to refer the discussion about codifying. Thank you. Just everybody should know. I believe it was codifying the definition of media.
Okay.
Can't hear you. I'm sorry.
The definition of media, about codifying the definition of media.
Thank you.
Is that what you said, Member Montgomery Tomaclo, codifying the definition of media?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we haven't heard from Member Senator Sullivan yet.
You're muted.
We're having some technical difficulties, so we're going to take a recess again.
My phone has some whatever. Yeah, it's not on the tablet.
Check.
Okay, I thought they couldn't hear me though when I wasn't. How's the sound for those of you on Zoom?
Better, thank you.
Yeah, it's good.
Great, it might have been the mic, so back to Member Senator Sullivan.
Yeah,
I was just.
Now you need to mute your Zoom, Member Sullivan.
Too much.
Your Zoom is unmuted. You need to mute your Zoom, Member Senator Sullivan.
Better? Thank you, Amy. My bad. Yeah, so it just feels almost like this is something that we could discuss in retreat and kind of figure out what we all think about the definition of media. Maybe I'm mistaken here, and it's better served by rules and policy, but it just feels like not clear to me. if it's necessary to go to them.
Thank you. Member Stein?
Yeah, I was just going to say that just procedurally and practically, there's a couple of options. If the motion as it's made on the floor passes, it will go to rules and policy. It will come back to us for our first reading, at which point we'll be able to give feedback. That feedback may end up in a vote to do some changes, or it may just be taken and feedback will be made in the committee and changes for a second reading will be brought to us. I think trying to do any of this work that changes our rules of procedure with specific language in a retreat is extremely difficult because wordsmithing takes a long time, other changes take a long time, and that's why we go through this two-phase process with rules and policy. So it seems like this idea came out of the retreat, and it makes sense to me that if folks still want to do it, that it should go to rules and policy and have them come and bring us a revised version. We can give feedback, and then we can have a second reading and vote on it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Cassie, and if you could reread the motion, that would be helpful.
Motion to refer discussion about codifying the definition of media. Member Stein.
I just want to make sure the motion is referred to rules and policy.
The consensus was that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee should refine section 1.4. So,
Okay, now the motion says to refer discussion about codifying the definition of media to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. Seconded by Member Martin, made by Member Montgomery Tomaclaw.
can I amend the motion?
Yeah, could you offer your motion to amend the motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion.
But what is the amendment that you'd like to add?
The amendment is that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee will refine section 1.4, specifically clarifying that the role of the vice chair as the official spokesperson for the committee is related to communications with the media. I believe that is the spirit of what we discussed at the retreat.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Weissenfreund. Is there a second?
Quick question. Would it be better for me to just remove my motion and then have Member Weisenfeld make her motion?
Let's just keep with where we're going and just go through this process.
Second.
Seconded by Member Stein. Is there any discussion? Okay, so Cassie, could we have a roll call?
The roll call vote on the amendment.
Yes.
Member Martin,
Yes.
Member Mahoney, Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewell,
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan,
No.
Member Bartoli,
Abstain.
Member Weisenfreund,
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclaw,
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Motion carries. Is there any discussion of the motion as amended by Member Weisenfreund? Roll call, please, on the amended motion.
Okay. We are at Member Martin,
Yes.
Member Mahoney, Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewell,
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan,
No.
Member Bartoli.
Abstain.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Did you record Member Mahoney's vote?
Cassie, I'm sorry, I didn't realize we had returned.
Okay. Member Mahoney, what is your vote?
Abstain.
You started with Member Martin.
I did start with Member Martin.
All right, motion carries.
Yes.
Okay,
Next.
Vice Chair Bartley, so I'm in the middle still of the March 30th minutes.
Yes.
Okay. The next section, we talked about section 5.3 of the Rules of Procedure. The Student Advisory Committee representatives may be seated, one on each of the subcommittees. And I made a motion seconded by Member Jewell to add a new subsection that speaks to the chair and superintendent orienting the Student Advisory Committee representative in the month after which they've been elected. And I'm just curious about how will that get written into, who is going to revise the rules of procedure?
I believe that is the duty of the clerk. Cassie, can you confirm that?
That's correct.
Yes.
Unless the Rules of Policy Subcommittee wants to take that on.
No, thank you. Thank you. There is also, and I clarified this in writing with Vice Chair Bartley this morning, section 8.4. I made a motion seconded by Member Martin to refer the section to Council for recommendation, and Member Bartley says that it has been referred.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, section 8, there were some revisions we were going to do around financial procedures and which passed, and so I assume that also our clerk will make those revisions to that section.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And also section 9.1, where Member Bartley made a motion to embed the entire code of ethics within section 9.
Yes.
All right, so I'd like to talk a little bit about the agenda setting issue. So Member Jewell made a motion seconded by Member Montgomery Tomaclo to ask the agenda setting committee to define its current process and a description of what is and what is not working to share with the Rules and Policy Subcommittee for review and revision by Monday, May 11th, for presentation to the full committee. The motion passed unanimously by acclamation. On May 10th, after I inquired about this, I received a, quote, school committee agenda setting procedure that appears to be a new draft policy with a policy number to be determined on the upper right corner. The procedure defines a process, but it is not clear that the procedure defines its current process, and it does not address what is and what is not working as the motion asked for. So I'd like to have a discussion with my colleagues about that, please.
So I'm being advised by both the clerk and the superintendent that right now we're focusing on the minutes, and this is not the time to discuss the business that was incorporated in the minutes. So what I would suggest is
but I've received, but these minutes, we made a motion which asked the agenda setting committee to forward something, and what was forwarded was not what the motion was. So when do we talk about it, and how do we address that? Maybe we ask the parliamentarian.
Just get back to the committee.
What I would suggest is that this be submitted as an agenda item for the next meeting, so that we can continue on through this evening's business.
Well, I guess, I'd like to know when there's a motion made and that motion isn't followed. What is the procedure for that?
That is a good question. So
You try to follow it.
Cassie is going to, our clerk is going to weigh in here.
I apologize. We really did try to address the request of the school committee, and I did write to you that we had implemented new changes in our process that we felt were going to tighten up some loose ends. I didn't enumerate on the loose ends. One example would be that the vice chair is responsible for following up with school committee members' agenda requests, and the clerk is responsible for community members' agenda requests and responding to those. So there were little kind of open ends that we tightened up. I'm sorry you don't think that was adequate. The agenda setting committee would be happy to entertain how you want it to be.
Thank you, Cassie. Again, I'm not saying this in a spirit of being critical. I think that we had a lot of discussion at the retreat about the importance of agenda setting and that it's meaningful for members on this committee. And I think that and again, I didn't even make this motion.
Member Weisenfreund, I'm going to interrupt you now. This is beyond the discussion of the minutes, so let's go through the minutes.
Okay, I'm responding to the clerk, please.
Member Weisenfreund, you're out of order. I'm speaking and I'm interrupting you as the chair. Yes, I'm taking my authority
I'm asking the parliamentarian to weigh in, please.
Nope. Member Weisenfreund, on the authority of the chair, I'm interrupting you. We are out of the scope of conversation. I'm happy to address this in a future meeting, but right now we need to proceed with the business at hand. So if you have amendments to the minutes specifically, as opposed to the business that was enacted in the minutes, I'm happy to entertain those amendments.
Okay, I'd like to move on to section 14.5. There's a section here, Member Sanders Sullivan made a motion, seconded by Member Bartley, to incorporate content from the slide about section 15 in the rules of procedure. And then later it says Member Martin made a motion, seconded by Member Reese, to amend the motion to remove the middle point on slide 15. Member Sanders Sullivan abstained. All other members present voted aye. The vote on the amended motion was used. I don't know what this means and what we're supposed to do. So if somebody else could clarify those minutes, that would be really helpful. And I'm done. Those are all my comments on the March 30th minutes. And I would ask that the agenda setting document be forwarded to the entire school committee so that we can talk about it at some point.
Thank you. We absolutely. Okay. Clerk Eckhoff, could you please comment on the section that Member Weisenfreund has brought up to our attention?
Excuse me? I'm so sorry.
Okay. Member Weisenfreund, could you please repeat your feedback on the minutes?
I'm saying that I don't really understand what the motion from the minutes. I don't understand what our charge is. There are two motions, and I'm not sure what I don't know. Maybe somebody else can look at it and explain to me. I don't understand the minutes here. It's section 14.5 at 9:30 p.m.
Yep, this is
all
about,
meetings. Yeah.
This, as I recall, this relates to the presentation given by Tracy Novick, and so I can make that more explicit in the minutes if that's what you would like. I can include the content rather than just referencing middle column.
So what are we changing here, Cassie? So it says the first motion made by Member Sanders Sullivan, seconded by Member Bartley, to incorporate content from the slide about section 15 in the rules of procedure. Did that motion pass or not pass? Because there's no outcome to that motion. And then there's another motion by Member Martin, seconded by Member Reese, to amend the motion to remove the middle point on slide 15.
I regret I cannot remember.
Okay. So maybe we do nothing then about that section 14.5. That's all I have.
Thank you. We're having technical difficulties again. Member Stein, can you go ahead with your comments?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Zoom, yes.
Okay, great. So my points relate to the, sorry, let me pull up my, the April 9th, 2026 minutes on page 6. It says, there's a vote that's recorded on page 6 regarding a new business item. The discussion is for the vote of the fiscal year 27 budget, but it actually does not include the language of the motion. There's no motion in there. It just has language that says there's a vote that the question was called, and then there is a vote on a motion, but the motion itself isn't in the minutes.
Member Stein, thank you for that question. Before we move on to the April 9th minutes, I would like to resolve the issue of the March 30th minutes. And I want to reflect back to Member Weissenfreund, whose one specific point was that the agenda setting policy that she received was not in line with the motion that was made, and so that we will address that at a future meeting. And then the second question was the lack of clarity around the middle column in section 14. Am I correct, Member Weissenfreund?
We can't hear you.
I said I have to pull it up again. Give me 1 second. It was lack of clarity in section 14.5.
All right, 14.5. And then what was the other point?
That's it.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion to defer the March 30th minutes to our next meeting so that we can review those minutes and see what kind of clarity we can find in them, and then return to that discussion. And I'm going to delegate this to the agenda setting committee to see what kind of clarity we can find in those minutes, and then return to the body next month with a full report on that.
That motion need to be made, or can I second it?
Can you, I'm going to entertain that motion if someone else would like to make that motion. Motion to defer the agenda setting procedure and the confusion around section 14.5 of the March 30th minutes to be addressed by the agenda setting committee between now and our next meeting, and to return to the next meeting to offer clarity around those 2 points.
All right, so motion to defer the agenda setting portion of the meeting of the March 30th minutes and the confusion around section 14.
0.5?
Pardon me, 4.5, to the June meeting to be addressed in the meantime by the agenda setting committee and for discussion.
Second.
Seconded by Member Reese. Any further discussion? Member Stein.
Yeah, this is just sort of a practical question. I guess what's on the table is having the business manager, the superintendent, the clerk, the vice chair, and the chair try to reconstruct what they think happened and correct the minutes accordingly.
Maybe I should do.
I don't really understand because there's no recording. But how do we go back and figure out what happened?
You're absolutely correct. So what I'm going to suggest is perhaps two different acts in that one motion. And the first is that the agenda setting committee reconvene to address the lack of clarity in the procedure about what works and what does not work. And then secondary to that is to for the vice chair and the clerk to sit down with those minutes and get a sense of what the conversation was, and then bring back a clearer motion for the body to reevaluate, discuss, and vote on. Does that sound reasonable to you?
But you mean not a clear motion. You mean a clearer minutes.
Well, clearer minutes, but since it's unclear what decision was made, I think we need to revisit that conversation completely. and we simply need to create space to revisit that conversation.
Okay, I just make one suggestion
Yeah.
for your consideration, which would be just to have that item as an agenda item to talk about and have the minutes be whatever the minutes are going to be. And instead of trying to do it as we're approving minutes, let's just approve the minutes. If you can establish like what happened, and then we can take up the issue. Because doing them during the minutes is, as you said before, not really what the minutes are.
Okay, so then I guess, I'm going to, thank you, I'm going to refer this question to Member Weisenfreund. Member Weisenfreund, if we are able to resolve these two issues, since you're the one who brought these to our attention, if we are able to resolve these two issues through future agenda items, would you be comfortable entertaining a motion to approve the March 30th minutes?
No, I find them really, really unclear, actually.
Okay, so then in that case, I think what makes sense is to defer, item 1, defer the minutes to next month. Item 2, address the agenda setting policy. Item 3 is create an agenda item to address the lack of clarity in section 14.5.
And did you also, you agreed to forward the proposed procedure to the entire school committee?
I'm going to ask the clerk to include that in the body of this month's minutes, because I'm unsure as to whether open meeting law restricts the policy being sent to the entire committee. That's something I need to check with the lawyer on. Okay, we're going to call a 5-minute bathroom recess if there is no objection. Okay.
No objection. Can I just ask a real quick clarifying question? So
yes, yeah.
You amended the motion you made in the way you just described?
Let me take the 5-minute recess to write this out clearly, and then when we reconvene, I'll have a clear motion for what we're going to do about these minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and
Recording in progress.
And we are back. So I am going to entertain a motion that includes 3 different actions. Action 1 is to table the March 30th minutes to June. Action 2 is to have the agenda setting committee update the procedures as per the original motion made on 3/30. Action 3 is to create an agenda item for future business to readdress section 14.5. That is the motion that I'm entertaining.
So moved.
Motion made by Member Sainer Sullivan.
Just a point of order. We should withdraw your previous motion that was seconded and on the floor.
Oh, thank you, Member Stein. I'm going to withdraw my motion that was seconded and put on the floor and entertain that motion that I just stated. Is there a second? Motion made by Member Sainer Sullivan.
I'll second. That's Member Jewell.
Seconded by Member Jewell. Any discussion? Yes, Member Stein.
Just a kind of a procedural question. And I wasn't at that conversation, but we've had a set of practices that are somewhat overlapping in an existing policy that is cited in the document I saw earlier. But if we're making this as a procedure or a new policy, I assume after whatever is drafted to better represent our practices as a new policy, it will go before the full body or rules and policy. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
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 Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, so Member Stein, on to your amendments to the April 9th meeting minutes.
Great. So on page 6, there is, this is in reference to new business A on that agenda, the FY27 budget discussion and vote. And there's 2 votes recorded. One is a call the question vote, and that's listed as a motion to call the question, and then there's a final vote. But the actual motion itself isn't, at least that I didn't see, is not in the discussion. So it's unclear what the language was that passed.
I can go back to the tape and amend that.
Okay. And then that's also sort of directly related to the 415 minutes, where there's an amendment to this motion that's not listed, that gets voted on and passed.
On what page, sir?
I don't know.
On what page, Member Stein?
On the 15th, hold on, let me grab it. I think it's the first order of business. It's it's item A, page number 2, and it says discussion and vote, clarify the April 9th, 2036 budget vote, made a motion amending Member Stein's April 9th motion. It was seconded, she moved to approve, et cetera, et cetera. But
I'll go to the tape.
it's unclear we don't have a record of what motion is being amended in the notes, and it's not in the notes.
If I revise these, do you want them to come back to the committee or just approve them as amended?
I'd like them to come back to the committee.
Okay, so we're going to make a motion to table the April 9th and the April 15th minutes until next month when Cassie can include the amendments that she has agreed to do.
So moved.
Motion by Member Stein, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I have additional comments on both those dates, please, for amendments.
Okay, let's hear those amendments, please.
So for April 9th, there's an error in how the votes are recorded. Member Stein made a motion seconded by Member Montgomery Tomaclo to include the following language, quote, "an accused member Weisenfreund of entrapment." Member Bartley voted yes on that, but the minutes say that she voted no. So that would be 5 ayes versus 4, 1 nay, and 4 abstain.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So Cassie, I mean, it doesn't change the outcome of the vote, but I think it would be important. And I know, Member Jewel, you had wanted to, you probably noticed the same thing I did. So, but, you know, it's fine if you want to talk about April.
Oh, just the other thing that I think Member Weisenfreund is also suggesting is page 4. So that's, I think, E under section 4. Just for curriculum subcommittee report, that was done by Member Mahoney because I wasn't there. So that's all.
Okay, any further revisions or amendments to the current minutes that are on the floor? Okay, so what we are doing now is we are voting on a motion to table the minutes until June when they incorporate the revisions that Cassie has agreed to make. May I have a roll call, please, Cassie?
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wow, we're done with minutes.
We are done with minutes. Thank you all very much. We're moving on to the second round of recommended actions, and I'm just opening up my document that I prepared to get us through this meeting. So recommended actions number 2 is donation, Gateway Fiber Operating to NPS Early Childhood Center, $1,500. B, donation, Harold's Ice Cream to NPS Early Childhood Center, $700. C, donation, Smith College to Leeds Literacy Night, $5,000. D, field trip, September 2026, NHS Bike Club field trip. E, field trip, April 2027, NHS French 3 and French 4 field trip to Montreal. F, second reading, health education policies. 1, IHAM health and physical education. 2, IHAM 2 parental notice, exemption procedure and dispute resolution relative to sex education. 3 is IHAM -1-E2, notice to caregivers of students in life skills class. IHAM 1E IHAM -1-E3, notice to caregivers of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. 5 is IHAM 1-E5, notice to caregivers of 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. G is a second reading for field trip policies, proposed changes to IJOA field trips, proposed elimination of IJOA-1 procedures and guidelines to follow when planning a field trip. Proposed changes to and renumbering of IJOA-2 field trip procedures for school buses and motor coaches. Are there any removals? And I'm going to start with Member Stein.
I was going to move that we approve items A, B, C, D, E, and remove F and G.
Motion by Member Stein to
Second.
Remove F and G, seconded by Member Jewell with the approval of A, B, C, D, E. Any discussion?
Ready?
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yeah, just a quick couple things. In D, the field trip, the September Bike Club I think it's just a date of September. I was just thinking about the new policy on field trips. Can't be the first 3 weeks of school, so I'm hoping that they can put the actual dates in soon so that it's considered. And I think the PDF for the field trip to Montreal, I think days 3 and 4, the itinerary was missing, and I was hoping to look at that. But nothing, I just wanted to make those points.
So you would like to remove,
I don't want to remove it. I guess I just want to make sure that someone communicates, as we pass these new field trip policies, that the bike club has to know that it can't be the first 3 weeks of school.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to speak to the bike club, I know that originally they wanted to go this school year, and so they pushed out those dates, but they have not solidified the dates that they're going to use.
Dr. Bonner, it's very hard to hear you. Just.
So the bike club, the intention was to have that field trip before the close of this school year, and so they pushed out to September, and those new dates have not been solidified or given to us yet, but hopefully they'll be mindful of the field trip policy.
Great, thanks.
anything else, Member Senator Sullivan?
Yeah, I don't want anything removed. I just would like to see days 3 and 4 of the month field trip PDF, that's all.
Okay. All right, so any further discussion? Roll call, please. Cassie, the motion on the table is to approve A, B, C, D, and E, and to remove F and G, made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Jewell.
Member Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weissenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes, with thanks to all the donors.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Motion carries. So on to the items for removal. I'm going to open the floor to a motion or a discussion on behalf of those two items, F and G. Yes.
Just very quick, I was talking and thinking, but did you just vote to remove
Yes,
those two items?
we
Okay, so
voted
did
to
you vote to?
We voted to approve A, B, C, D, and E, and to remove F and G.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. I just needed to backtrack. Thank you.
So, Member Stein and Members Jewell, who sponsored that motion. Member Jewell.
I'm interested in a conversation about the field trip provisions. I just removed both of those because I thought there might be discussion, and I'm trying to move the agenda along.
Thank you. Okay, Member Jewell.
Yeah, thanks, Member Stein. I would actually like to make a motion to refer policy IJOA and IJOA 7, the field trip policies, back to Rules and Policy Subcommittee for further review and recommendations before we vote to pass. I think we've heard quite a bit from nurses and educators and really needing some clarification. I know that I have a lot of questions in regards to this policy. Some of it is wordsmithing, but some of it goes deeper. And so that's my motion.
Okay, so motion made. Can you just read those two policy numbers again for me, please?
Yep. I'll read the policy over again, or the motion. I move to refer policy IJOA and IJOA-7 back to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee for further review and recommendations before we vote to pass.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Jewell. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Senator Sullivan. I'm going to open the floor now for discussion.
Just clarification, that is IJOA-1. Just want to make sure that
Yes,
the record.
thank you.
That's no problem.
I think I was actually reading my handwriting incorrectly. You're right.
Thank you. Okay, so the floor is now open for discussion, and I'm going to start with Member Weissenfreund.
Yeah, so I don't want to disagree with my fellow rules and policy colleagues, truly, but I'm glad that we're here to bring the field trip policy to the larger body for discussion. What we heard today in public comment from Nurse Scaffo, for example, that is not new, right? And I asked those questions at the last Rules and Policy meeting when we discussed these, at the last time we discussed the field trip policies, right? I think that the major concern here is the phrase around the superintendent and or building principal have the right to postpone or cancel any field trip due to unforeseen circumstances at any point, including the day of, due to but not limited to lack of staff attending as chaperones, no nursing staff available, illness, weather, bus issues, etc. We also received written public comment, all of us, about that, as you know. I did ask those questions of the NPS staff who came to support the policy. They were not concerned about it. I don't know if you recall. I did ask about staffing. I asked about nursing shortages. I asked about substitute nurses. We were all reassured that this really wasn't going to be an issue, but I actually would really like the wisdom of the larger body here to discuss. I don't know what else we would do in Rules and Policy. I feel satisfied with the questions I've asked, but I feel like I want to get our colleagues' input here on what they think. The other concern I have is just a practical one, which is that on May 20th we have two huge policies again, right? We're going to be talking about restraint and seclusion, and we're going to be talking about cell phone, all of which we want to move along. And I don't know that it's responsible to let this field trip policy wait another month or two or whatever it's going to be. So I would recommend that we discuss it tonight with the larger body, and only if we can't get somewhere that we bring it back to Rules and Policy or have them send it back to us.
Thank you, Member Weisenfreund. Member Jewell?
Thanks. Got you, Member Weisenfreund. And I think we have probably asked some of the same questions, not just in our group, but like through emails too. And I guess one of the big things for me, I do feel like there's some more that we can do in rules and policies, even though like our pile keeps growing and growing. So I get it. I also don't think we have as such a legal urgency with this like we do with the restraint and seclusion policy. I know that has to get legally done. Same with the cell phone ban, legally done. This I think was more of a movement from the directors of transportation and health services, because there is there's a lot to this around procedures and stuff that I think we could fine tune a little bit more, but we'll leave it to the body to figure out which they would rather.
Thank you, Member Jewell. Member Stein?
I just have a question for the subcommittee. I haven't got to watch your deliberations on this, and I've been trying to make sense of some of the feedback we've been getting and what's proposed. And if I understand this correctly, there's essentially a tightening in this policy of the mechanisms in which a field trip could be canceled, and some specifics about nursing support and staff support. And some of the feedback I've heard that you all probably heard from educators and others is the timeline for notification and some of these staffing things are causing a lot of anxiety that don't conform with the existing practices and the difficulty with planning and executing field trips. I don't know how to judge whether or not what's written is an abridgment of our existing practices in a serious way, or if they are essentially best practice guidelines that we're trying to adhere to, or that I don't know how to reconcile the concerns, whether or not they're warranted in the way they're being described or not. And so I guess I'm wondering if you have looked at it more and been able to ask these questions, have that sense.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Reese?
I'm just wondering if there is the urgency on this. I know our rules and policy stack, as Member Jewell said, is growing, but I am wondering if this is something, I assume we want this in place for the beginning of the school year, but I think it could merit a closer look, but I mean, I share Member Stein's curiosity about how to see this policy, and I'm inclined to work out the finer details in rules and policy. I don't know exactly what the criteria is for sending something back there, but I guess for me, one of those things would be trying to understand the level of time pressure on this, or if we have, because definitely we know that restraint and seclusion and cell phones need to be addressed right away. So this seems a little less urgent to me.
Thank you, Member Reese. Member Weisenfreund.
Yeah, so when we discussed this, I asked the Director of Health Services very directly, to what extent will these new provisions limit field trips due to inadequate medical staffing? Right? I asked them very directly if they felt that there was a shortage of substitute nurses, and the answer was no. We talked about the necessity of having a nurse in each building, right? I was reassured by NPS staff that this was not a funding or staffing issue, but I take seriously the feedback that we are getting from some members of the public about this. And so I don't know, I guess I'm saying I don't know what else I would do in rules and policy that I haven't already done. I feel like I need to hear from my colleagues in the larger committee about, what else they have to add. Because I feel like we've asked the questions. I don't know what else, I guess I'm confused. I don't know what else we would ask or clarify that we haven't already. And I don't want to drag this out. I think it's kind of rude. Like, I feel like we need to make a decision.
Thank you, Member Weisenfreund. Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yeah, so
Mute yourself, please.
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. And I guess from my point of view, it's maybe some clarification about what actually unforeseen circumstances are. I think, I actually heard from a couple parents, and I know we all heard from at least one teacher that it feels like the rug could be pulled out from a lot of planning, and that these trips are really special. So I think it's maybe some clarification for me around unforeseen circumstances, what those might actually look like.
Thank you, Member Sainer Sullivan. Member Martin.
I'm wondering if the members of the subcommittee can help me remember. I remember in our discussion, it didn't feel like there was really a problem that was trying to be fixed. And so certainly that didn't seem like urgency, but I remember asking you, Dr. Bonner, has there been a problem? Have you ever needed to do this? And it was like, no, and we don't expect to. And so it just sort of is not sure what is even, what I don't remember. So if you can help me remember what is driving this, even revisiting these changes to the policy.
Thank you, Member Martin. So I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Bonner because she's whispered a couple of things to me during the interim.
So, first of all, if there's not enough staffing on the day of the field trip, right away, that there's liability that comes our way. We have a ratio, an expectation in terms of chaperones, and now with the requirements of having our nursing staff being available on events and on field trips and even after school programmings and so on, it's important that we have nursing staff on those field trips, but it's also important that we maintain nursing staff in our buildings. And so if it happens to be a day where we are understaffed, that those are some concerns. And I think what people also need to know that we're not, it could be a postponement as opposed to a cancellation. Cancellations may happen if there is inclement weather, for, those unforeseen and natural disaster kind of things that will prevent our students from traveling. But the expectation is that if we do not have enough staffing, or if it that particular day, that it would be postponed. And we talked about the fact that there would be no loss of funds through our purchase order process. But the other contingency is that if they paid, let's say they were going to Great Adventures or so on, if they had made prepayments, there's potential that if they have not, they may lose their funds there. But we really don't want to cancel field trips for our children. That is not the intent. But the key is that this is a practice that has occurred, or that occurs in the district, but it was never written in the policy. So we wanted to make sure that staff know that if by chance we do not have enough or the appropriate staffing to go on that field trip, that you need to be mindful that the trip may be postponed. But that has not happened this year.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner. And I'm going to go on to a second round. Member Feisenfreund.
Yeah, so I guess, thank you for that explanation, Dr. Bonner, and the policy is kind of stating the obvious, right? That the superintendent and or building principal have the right to postpone or cancel, right? That, like, it's true whether we write it or not. Isn't that right, Dr. Bonner?
Correct. Yes.
But it seems that put it in writing is upsetting people. So I wonder whether it's worth it. And I wasn't at the last extra school committee meeting where we discussed this, but I know member Senator Sullivan, according to the minutes, also brought up this issue of caregivers, drivers, and chaperones passing a CORE test, and I wanted to ask Dr. Bonner whether that's current practice now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's not something, I thought so, right? And then I saw Member Martin requested that neutral pronouns and the use of caregiver be incorporated into the policies, and I think that's simple enough. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Member Jewell.
Thanks. I'm lowering my hand. Okay. So I can kind of lay out some of the questions that I have that I would like to see addressed more. I think some of the things are vague, and we know that policies are often vague on purpose, so they can be more broad. But there's the approval process. The superintendent will develop procedures governing all field trips, and wondering if there are actual procedures that are written down, or if this will be developed, and if those could get put into there, or could, it could be cited. I love citations. And also looking at the fundraising section and how we do have fundraising policies in our district, and so would love to see those cited as well. It just makes things a lot easier for anyone who's reading our policies to know exactly what we're referring to when we say things. And then there's the IJOA-1 with the procedures, which has a lot in it that I think needs to be fleshed out more. We have some sections that are referring to C, pre-approval, background check of school. There's things that I'm just wondering, like, who is doing this? I think it's really helpful for new teachers or anyone, because I know teachers spend a lot of time putting the field trips together. They're calling for contracts, they're doing all of the work. So as clear as it can be, especially we do have new teachers in our district every year, and looking at, are there forms and tools that teachers can use? Because in the policy, a lot of it is contact the transport supervisor for a copy of the list, which feels like a lot of time. And if there's a place where the list lives that teachers or whoever's organizing field trips could actually go and be directed to, that could be really helpful. I know there's sometimes a lot of back and forth, and how can we minimize the amount of time that is being spent? So if we're going and looking through these policies and procedures to really refine them, which, like, if this is open, we should be making it as clear and transparent as we possibly can. So 20 years from now, when they go to review it, they're like, it's great still. But also really wanting kind of just clarity. I have questions written all over. I'm not going to go through all of them, but also wanting to have a little bit more time so we can, if we're going to pass a policy, like, let's pass one that we can really, like, fully be great with it being out there, instead of having to come back to it a year from now, or teachers being confused. And if everyone left in the district and we had a whole new group of people, would they know how to set up a field trip?
Thank you, Member Jewell. Any further discussion? So the motion on the floor is to return policy IJOA-1 and IJOA-7 to rules and policy for consideration and updating and review. I've heard two of our three rules and policy subcommittee members express curiosity and a desire to look closer at this. So this is a motion that I'm inclined to support, and I'm going to ask Cassie to call the roll.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
No.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Abstain.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Motion carries. So I'd like to now entertain a motion to approve the remaining items in F and G that were removed, unless there is further commentary about those. Okay, so
I move that we approve F, the second reading of the health education policies, and then I believe what's left in G is 7, the proposed elimination of the procedures.
Renovation.
can you say that again, Member Martin, please? So it's.
I move that we approve F, the second reading of the health education policies, or health education policies as enumerated in 1 through 5, and the field trip, and eliminating the G7 proposed elimination of, sorry, I've got to scroll over, of IJOA1 procedures and guidelines to follow when planning a field trip.
Member made by. Motion made by Member Martin, seconded by
Second.
Member Sainer Sullivan. Any discussion? Member Weisenfreund?
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion. I would like to approve F, health education policies, but not G7. I feel that if we're going to take G back to rules and policy, then we should be able to look at everything, including what was eliminated, just for clarity. If you know, it sounds like my colleagues really want to take a deep dive into all of the field trip particulars, and so I think we should leave alone the proposed elimination just to make sure that we really want to eliminate it.
Okay, amendment to the motion made by Member Weisenfreund. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Jewell. Further discussion to the amendment? Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
No.
Member Mahoney?
No.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Go, 2 yes, 9 no's,
I voted
or something.
no,
Yeah, the opposite.
2 no's and 9 yeses. No, but we don't have 11 people. We have
7.
7. So
7 yeses.
7 yeses, 2 no's. Motion carries. So any discussion of the amended motion? Roll call, please. Cassie, and could you reread the amended motion for us?
The amended motion is to approve the health education policies, but not the removal of IJ01.
The amended motion is to approve the health education policies and to not remove IJ01. Okay, all right. Roll call, please.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
I think I got everybody.
Yes, you did. Motion carries. Okay, well done. We are done with recommended actions. We're going to move on to new business. Item A is a vote to amend the contract of Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn for legal services, adding on an increase of $40,000 to the amendment. I'm going to turn that over to Bobby, our business administrator, for more information.
So this will be just to increase the contract for Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn by $40,000 to get us through to the end of the year. We may or may not need that much, but at least we'll have it in there if we need it for just the months of May and June.
Okay. I'm going to entertain a motion to amend the contract of Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn for legal services, adding an increase of $40,000 to the amendment of said contract.
Member Stein has something.
Right now I'm entertaining the motion, and then we can move to discussion.
Second.
Who made the motion?
So moved?
So moved.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Thank you. Member Martin seconded. Discussion, on to discussion. Member Stein.
Yeah, just a few questions. I'm hoping Bobby can help us with at least some of these. And I know the chair is in here, but I'm wondering where we are. If I remember correctly, when I reviewed it earlier, the contract was for, I think, $140,000 for the course of the year. Are we at $140,000 currently? How much have we kind of spent so far? And then the second question, we had Director Weil at our Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting on Monday, and I was somewhat surprised to learn that our council reviews some of the capital contracts that have been carried out by the district, whether it's the solar canopy or some of the geothermal things. And I'm wondering if those project hours get billed to the capital money that's been appropriated for those projects planning, or if they're just being charged to the school department operating budget.
Okay, so for the contract, we have spent, well, we will have spent almost the full amount and adding the 40,000. This has been a continuation for a long time that we've been doing this. And I'm looking for my email here. As far I can answer the capital easier, that has not been charged to us. And I'm not sure what the city pay, how the city pays it, if they pay it through the capital, when they use the legal firm. But we have not paid anything, for capital projects through that.
Great. So you're saying, Bobby, that that 140,000 is pretty much expended?
Correct, on the current contract, yes.
Okay. And just last question. I know we've gone through this a number of years. I remember having the same conversation. Do you have a sense? I remember trying to look through the last sort of 5 years that were attached of like where, if we come in at 180,000 this year, are we sort of in line with more or less the last few years overall, or is this like an outlier one way or the other?
I think actually in fiscal 25, we reduced by a little. What's that?
We did. No, I remember. Yeah, we did reduce it. Yeah.
Yep. And so this current year, we are actually a little bit higher, but we're still close to within what we were. So we're at about like 78 right now, 77, a little under 78. We budgeted 78, and then if we need 40,000 more, then we'll be that much over. But that's also includes some other expenditures within that line that are not Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn's.
And are those that go to the special education legal services?
Not only because that would be under its own line, the special ed line. But we do have some KM education law, and we have some Bulkley, Richardson, and Glanus, which are in regards to other issues, not through Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn.
Okay, and just to clarify again, I'm sorry. So we budgeted like 78 or something coming into this year for FY26, and another 40 would bring us to just under 120. And do you know if the previous year the contract was like around 140, or I'm just trying to remember how much we cut. And I'm trying to get a sense of like how much that 40 would be in line with what we've spent overall in previous years.
I don't have that here with me, but I can follow up on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Just making a note.
Okay, any further discussion? Further questions, Member Stein, or is that it?
That's it for me.
Okay, great. All right, without further discussion, we're going to move to a roll call. Cassie, please. This is a motion to amend the contract of Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn for legal services, adding an increase of $40,000 to the amendment to the contract.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weissenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Oops. Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
No.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the MOAs with the nays, and I'm going to go through them one by one. I'll ask Dr. Bonner to introduce each one, noting that we're pulling items C and D for further discussion in a future executive session. So, Dr. Bonner, if you could speak, please. And I'm going to start by entertaining a motion to approve an MOA for elementary conferences.
Okay, very briefly.
But I'm gonna do the motion first, and then we'll discuss. Yeah. So I'm entertaining a motion to approve an MOA for elementary conferences.
So moved.
Motion made by Member Sainer Sullivan, seconded by Member Martin. Dr. Bonner, could you tell us more about this MOA before we vote, please?
Just very briefly, because you've had an opportunity to see this last meeting, school meeting. And this is in regards to allowing staff to have the flexibility of doing their conferencing and the multiple days they wanted to do it in the first couple of days where they are doing all of their conferencing, which allows them to have the other days for their own professional development or whatever in terms of their time. So this just codifies those contact hours and how they utilize the conference time.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Cassie, on the motion to approve an MOA for elementary conferences.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes. Motion carries. We've pulled items C and D for further discussion in executive session. Moving on to E, motion to approve an MOA for IEP stipends. That's the motion that I'm entertaining.
Yeah, so moved.
So moved. Member Senator Sullivan makes a motion. Is there a second? This is just to open the floor for discussions. So thank you, Member Jewell, seconded. And could you speak to this for us, please, Dr. Bonner?
Very briefly, so DESE has updated their requirements in terms of completion and turnaround of IEPs to families. And due to the change in turnaround, the Unit A has requested that we provide an additional stipend to our special educators who are now asked to draft and report and implement the students' IEPs within those guidelines of $750 annually.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner. Any further discussion? So before we move to the vote, I'm going to express my vote publicly. I'm going to vote no on this. I believe that to ask highly qualified teachers to do work that a clerical member could do is not the most efficient use of our resources. I'd rather use our resources to have clerical support so that our teachers can work more directly with kids, and specifically the $50,000 that will go to this stipend used to hire clerical workers to free up our teachers' time. And I'm also concerned specifically about setting a precedent that allows the district to give clerical work to teachers and uses a stipend to justify it. Again, I'd rather have a distinction between how we're spending our money. So teachers are teaching and clerical workers are doing the clerical work. So that is why I intend to vote no. But I'm going to, yes, I see a hand raised now by Member Stein. Member Stein, is your hand raised?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the MOAs. I'm a little confused here, right? Because we have the C, the MOA for the clerical stipends, and then we have the E MOA for the IEP stipends. And if I understood this correctly, the increased turnaround time for the IEPs was related to teachers was for E, and the clerical stipend wasn't for teachers, it was for clerical staff. I am confused by your comments if we're talking about C.
No, we're not talking about C. We're talking about E right now. We're talking about the stipend for IEPs.
Okay, but just to be clear, the clerical workers can't write IEPs. So they can't conduct meetings and do that work. That has to be done by licensed staff. So I don't know what the objection would be. It's not that someone else can do it. The special education teachers holding the meetings have to do it, not clerical workers who already don't really exist. But so yeah, I'm just confused. That's why I thought you maybe were talking about the other clerical motion, and then I was thinking you thought that teachers were doing that. But it's my understanding, unless I'm wrong, that the work that's being done there, which is this 5-day turnaround, has to be done by educators or by licensed teachers who are working in administrative capacity for special education services.
Okay, so I had a different understanding, and I'm going to defer to Dr. Bonner on this one.
So Member Stein clarified, and it is specifically for special educators who are in the capacity or the role of writing IEPs.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Roll call. Any further discussion?
Excuse me. You ready?
Oh, Member Martin?
Yeah, I mean, this one sort of pains me. I'll just say what I said previously, but anyway, because, you know, it just seemed like, I know Dr. Bonner did a survey, it seems like we're outliers in doing this, and that, you know, what the solution to this is, you know, thanks for clarifying that it has to be licensed special education teachers to do this, but that the answer is perhaps, you know, working on our budgeting for staffing overall. And also, we did have discussion, and I would like to revisit the discussion of ETLs, who I believe are licensed staff, who would be capable of doing some of this work as well, and would help our district in other ways in addition.
Thank you, Member Martin. Further discussion? Member Stein?
Yeah, I mean, I largely share Member Martin's sentiment. I do think we're in a situation where approving it makes sense from my perspective in that you're essentially recognizing the bind you're already in, being as tightly staffed as we are, and frankly understaffed. And with this new requirement, it sort of just raises the pressure. So I would much rather invest in staff, but I think this sort of token that they're requesting is a way for the district to recognize that impact in this way. So I'll be supporting it, but I do wish we could work a little harder to get that strong budget, which would provide us with more elasticity and the possibility to deal with a lot of these things in better ways.
Thank you. Member Montgomery-Tomaclo.
So I echo what my colleagues say, and like to Member Martin's point, ETLs are licensed. It's usually they're the team lead, so they're like a school psych, they're a special education teacher, but we're not going to get one for $50,000. So, and this is work that has to be done by somebody who is licensed, and we've already kind of set the, we've already done this previously, giving out stipends, so I don't think that this is, I'm upset that we are at this point where we have to give out stipends because everyone is so stretched thin. But I think that given our budget constraints and what we would need to do to get someone, not the teachers, to do this, and what we need to pay, we're actually probably getting off very lightly here, paying this stipend.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Montgomery-Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
No.
Member Mahoney?
I'm afraid I must abstain.
Member Reese?
No.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
No.
Member Bartoli?
No.
Member Weisenfreund?
Oh, yes.
All right, let me count. 1, 4 nay, 3 yes. Wait, 4 yes.
4 yes.
1 abstain.
So it's a tie, so it fails.
Okay. The motion does not carry. Okay, so I'm going to entertain a motion now to suspend the rules to 10:15. Is there someone willing to make that motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to suspend the rules till 10:15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Member St. Sullivan, seconded by Member Reese. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
No.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Member St. Sullivan.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weissenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomako.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, so moving on to recommendations and reports, and I want to thank all of those of you who are still with us, especially our administrative team who I know is prepared to present. I'm going to turn it over now to Superintendent Bonner for her report.
Can I just ask a point of information on the last item?
Yes.
So for those MOAs, is it the case that they come to the sorry, I'm trying to word this correctly. Is it the case that they come to the public agenda for approval if they've been approved in executive session?
I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Bonner because this is an area that is outside of my current knowledge.
Yeah, so Member Stein, actually, I really cannot answer that question because this is the first time that we have brought MOAs to the public body. And they, once they are approved in executive session, we bring them to the public body. So things change. And in terms of parliamentary procedure or how to interpret this, we would have to ask counsel. This is different. Today is different.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to refer that question to council. I'm going to make a motion to refer the question of the MOA votes to council. Entertaining that motion before we move on to our reports.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Made by Member St. Sullivan, seconded by Member Jewell. Any discussion? Member Martin.
I have my hand up, Elena.
Yes, I'm calling on you, Member Martin.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just clarifying that we have a new process, that this hasn't happened before, that we bring them back to school committee after voting on them in executive session, and that's why we're considering sending this to council. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, I guess it's just a procedural question in terms of, I've had this experience in another district, so things can change. It's just never happened here in Northampton in terms of the MOAs. So regardless of whatever happens with executive session, you bring them in public and you still have to have that outward public vote. Things can change within the month's time from one meeting to the next. So, but I think.
So what's the question going to council?
So the question would be, is this a natural formation of things? Did we do something procedurally wrong by first accepting in one venue
I see.
and then not in the other?
Okay.
Thank you, Member Martin. Member Stein?
Yeah, I was just kind of clarifying that too. I'm not sure we need a motion. Chair could just ask, but I'm happy to vote for it. I do think I've never seen it happen where something that's passed, it's been negotiated, and then that's how it gets here, and then this is sort of a formality, at least in practice, but I guess we're setting new precedent tonight.
Yes, thank you, Member Stein. Member St. Sullivan?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why it changed. Is there any explanation?
Well, we can't really share that because we haven't released the executive session minutes of that meeting.
Got it.
Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Martin.
Yes.
The motion being to refer to council.
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weissenfreund?
No.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes, and I just want to say I hope they'll wait on, because it didn't fail either. It didn't pass, but it,
Didn't fail, yeah, okay. So.
that's kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Thank you. That motion carries, and I'm just making a note. And I'll ask that that opinion come to the entire body. All right, moving on to reports. So back to Dr. Bonner for your superintendent report, and thanks again to all of you who have been here so patiently waiting for us.
Okay, I like to be mindful of the time, and the team have actually put together a presentation, but if I could just give some updates to the committee, and then we will take a few minutes of the presentation and maybe ask if we can continue the presentation in the next meeting.
Okay.
Or future meetings, because they outdid themselves by putting this video together, and I said 30 minutes, and it's an hour. So, I know, so very quickly, hiring updates and what's happening in central office. So the District Ignite After School Program, we are pleased to announce Gabrielle Hollander as the director of the Ignite After School Program for the upcoming school year. Gabrielle, the current site coordinator for Late Bird, was selected from a pool of 8 applicants. Her experience will be vital as we expand Ignite to all 4 elementary schools. Some other program logistics that we've been working on. If you notice, we have posted for all remaining program positions. You'll see a posting for the site coordinators and for staffing. Also, we've been working on adopting a new platform for our parents that's more friendly to allow them to register, make payments, and attendance tracking. The name of that platform is Bright Wheel. Next steps, once Gabrielle is officially on board, we will share registration details and site capacities. Please note that enrollment limits remain contingent on final staffing levels. There are some questions that have been asked at some of the subcommittee meetings, and so I just want to make sure that I cover that in this quick update. So first of all, IGNITE stands for Inspiring Growth, Nurturing Innovation, and Teaching Enrichment. The after-school program will provide a balanced environment where children feel safe, heard, and empowered. We will prioritize social development through a restorative lens and offer a variety of programming, including creative expression, active play, and social growth. If parents and families, and caregivers, if I can refer you to you will see the hours of operation daily from 2:10 to 6:15 when school is in session. This is open to all children in the school community, and it is fee-based and contingent on staffing, as I pointed out. For our special needs children, programs will provide reasonable accommodations, ADAs, and Section 5 and 504s to ensure equal access. And so our recommended staffing ratios are dictated literally by DESE's guidelines. So our goal is 13 children to 1 qualified staff member. The director will officially start the position, it's nice to have an insider, May 18th, which is Monday. We've been busy this week. So please allow time for the onboarding, setting up the new software program, for which time registration will be open, and we feel that if not by the end of May, very early in June. There were some questions about what's the schedule like for the different grade bands. So this will be determined by the director and the site coordinator. In terms of the enrichment programs will continue at all 4 elementary schools, as a component of the after-school program, contingent again upon staffing. To ensure a smooth transition, the new director will collaborate with the new Leeds Late Bird Site Coordinator and the staff facilitators at BASE, OLA, and YEP to manage and implement these programs across all sites. And lastly, the question about school-based IEPs being integrated within the IGNITE program. The fact that IGNITE is a paid after-school program introduces a specific legal dynamic. Under Section 504, the Rehabilitation Act, public school districts that offer non-academic or extracurricular services, including childcare and after-school programs, must ensure that students with disabilities have an equal opportunity to participate. And then please keep in mind that this is not necessarily an extended day program, but we will provide the necessary accommodations so that children have access, that all children have access. Last week, we hired the Assistant Business Administrator, Denise Cashin, who will be replacing Wendy Blanchette, who is retiring at the end of June.
Point of information, has the curriculum and learning subcommittee developed what was just presented with you?
They asked those questions at the last curriculum meeting, which I was not present, and so I am responding to those requests because their meeting is not until next month. June, you're not meeting this month, so they're meeting
In June, we're meeting in June.
Yes. All right,
So is it the case that program decisions were made again without the involvement of this curriculum subcommittee as we voted twice to have happen? Because I'm confused about the conflation of the enrichment programs as well, which is not something we also voted on. But all of these questions, as I understand it, have been referred multiple times, and it seems like that hasn't happened.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because there's a document that was in draft form that I was going to present to the school committee, and I know that some of the curriculum members on that have actually looked at that document, and so you can tell by some of the questions that they asked in that subcommittee.
And it is interesting that that was developed, again, outside of the process we specifically outlined.
Member Stein, I'm just going to continue on with this. I'm not going to debate with you this evening. So we have also...
I'd like to make a motion that we re-refer this to the curriculum subcommittee for the third time so that the conversation and questions about how the program is going to be developed can actually be made with the body as it has been expressed multiple times.
I'll second.
So I hope that this body just heard that. So when parents ask why we haven't gotten any information out, we can just say that I'm waiting to meet with the curriculum committee June 8th.
Because you ignored what we told you to do for 6 months.
Okay, all right.
That's why we're
all right,
talking.
everyone,
Thank you.
calm down, please. All right, I'm gonna reassert some order here. So a motion has been made by Member Stein, and it is seconded by Member Wiesenfreund. And I'm going to open the floor to discussion of this motion. Okay. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Unbelievable.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
No.
Member Bartoli?
No.
Member Wiesenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tamako?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes, again.
Member Martin?
No.
Member Mahoney?
No.
Member Reese?
No.
Member Jewell?
Nope.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
I already voted no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion fails. Dr. Bonner, I'm going to ask you to continue with your presentation. I'm going to ask all questions to be held until the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Last week, we hired the Assistant Business Administrator, Denise Cashin, who will be replacing Wendy Blanchette, who is retiring at the end of June. There were 23 applicants, and we interviewed 7. Denise has overseen financial operations for multiple districts, managing an annual budget exceeding $38 million, coordinating biweekly payroll for over 400 employees, and administering federal, state, and private grants with strict compliance and timely reporting to DESE and EEC. For our business administrator, the interview committee is recommending one candidate to the school committee for interview. We had a small pool of applicants, and 3 withdrew to take other appointments. The clerk of the school committee has also been hired and will have an opportunity to work with the current clerk before the full transition in July. The new clerk, Anthony Morgan, has a Master's of Arts in Philosophy and a Bachelor's in Russian. He has served as editor and chief for a publication and has served as an editor for a series of books. Lastly, congratulations to Marjorie Barnett and Brecton Drugas, 2 crossing guards who have received the Crossing Guard Champion Award through the Mass DOT Safe Routes to School. They will be honored at the State House in June. And with that, I'd like to ask Cassie if she would cue up our presentation from our principals.
And
If you will give us like 15 minutes.
yeah, we'll give 15 minutes. That sounds great. We'll do 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Here we go. Now, she gave me instructions, just a second. To check the box to share with audio. Okay, I can do that.
Oh, yeah, for Zoom.
Share. Sorry, I have to. Well,
Okay.
I'm just
No.
slow.
I'm going to ask you a question, Dr. Bonner. Just seeing 15 minutes of this, if we split it up, are we going to lose the?
You're sharing emails.
You'll see
Yeah.
the first part. It'll
Personal
be one of the
emails,
schools.
no.
and then
Oh,
we'll
great.
stop.
Okay, so we'll see
So I
one
believe
school.
the
Okay.
high school is first, so,
Okay.
and then we'll just stop.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we'll just go from there.
Okay.
Now hold on, Ben. Where's this share audio thing?
Cassie, I just want you to know we're seeing your personal Gmail.
It's so sexy. My
Well,
God.
you know, it looks a lot like mine, but just wanted you to know.
Is here.
Right,
Where is, did you? cue
my
up the video?
meeting. Your screen share. Why won't you let me do what I need to do?
Here, so,
Yeah. Here it is. Can everybody see it?
okay, so just stop screen sharing, then come back to it, because for some reason it's picturing, then go back. Back to share.
I'm sorry.
Share.
Click this guy. No.
Sorry, there's the video right there, sorry. There you go.
Oh, and I just saw that thing share sound.
There we go. There you go.
Nope. Let me get to settings. I'm going to have to do this again, I think.
What, did you do the audio setting?
No, where is it?
That's,
That's before I get in.
so go. Now you're gonna. So it's back on Zoom. Your audio setting is back into the.
Cassie, I think you have to close all of your other tabs first and just share that document.
And then go into.
Everything moves.
I know.
Share.
No. You've got to do
More?
your settings. Where's your more? And then your settings. And audio. See this.
I'm so sorry.
Hit audio. And okay, go
back in. Okay. Don't worry, everybody. The new guy is much better at Zoom than I am.
But he's not you, Kevin.
No, it's not you. Things have moved around, which is annoying because they used to
Share.
be a setting. Did you?
Share sound.
So,
Do you have it?
Oh, I think I did it.
Our school improvement plan. This is Principal Ben Taglieri. For goals 1 and 2 in the school improvement plan, we're going to look at last year's MCAS data. These goals are related to our students' performance on the ELA and math exams. This slide here shows what's called DART analysis. DESE identifies 10 school districts or 10 schools that are very similar to one another demographically, and for which we think they'd be good points of comparison for how we should be performing on the MCAS. And you can see that this is our line here, the highlighted orange line. Of the 10 schools identified, we are doing very well. We're outperforming them in all of the metrics except for one school, which is Easton Oliver Ames, who did beat us in math achievement. But when we look over at the student growth percentiles, you can see that we are actually outperforming that same school quite significantly here, 65 to 46. And this, as we go through the slideshow, will be the metric that I pay more attention to. SGP is calculated by looking at how our students performed in 7th and 8th grade, grouping them based on their achievement in 7th and 8th grade, and then saying how much did they grow compared to their peers who started sort of in the same spot that they did in those grades. And it really shows the school's impact on student learning. And so in general, I think that this is a more significant metric to look at. Looking at our 5-year history with achievement data, you can see that in English language arts, this orange line is us, and this gray line is the state average, and we're pretty significantly and consistently outperforming the state in ELA and also in math. So the sort of the Goldilocks zone here for us is that we're doing very well in achievement and in growth. And then when we look at the growth data, you can see that again we're on average growing pretty significantly more than the state over the last 5 years, particularly since 2023. And so, like I said, we're doing better in both areas, which is great. We'll take a deeper dive into our ELA data so that we can pay more close attention to how our different groups of students are doing. Here again is just a look at the past 4 years. When we combine the exceeding expectations and the median expectations, you can see that we're pretty consistently in the mid-70, roughly 75% of our students are generally meeting or exceeding expectations. The one area that we could use some improvement is our participation rate, which is only at 93%, and we'd like to see that number over 95% for the state accountability system. Look, this is our achievement data that breaks it out by groups of students, and it looks at the change between 2024 and 2025 in achievement. High needs is a combination of all of our groups that are listed below it, and we can see that we did a little bit better in 2025 than we did in 2024 in achievement, in pretty much all of these groups. This is going to be an interesting number to look at, though, for our Latinx students. We see a pretty significant improvement, the biggest significant gain in achievement. However, when we look at student growth, this is the one spot where we're below 50, and 50 is sort of the average. We want to be above 50, and for all of our other groups of students, we are above 50, but here we're slightly below. And that obviously is an area of concern. So I wanted to look to see if this was an anomaly or what's the history here. And I went back and looked at 2024, where you can see we did well, really well across the board, including with this group, although again, it's slightly lower than the other groups in both math and in ELA, but very strong, and stronger than 2025. We don't have data for 2023, I think because the number might not have been high enough, number of students taking the exam. But when we look back in 2022, this
I do.
gives some context for the numbers in 2025. Across the board, they're much lower, below 50 on average. So we've really made some gains in these last three years that attribute to our faculty and their great work with our students. All of these numbers are below 50, except for our white students, which are just above, slightly above. And again, our Latinx population is still the lowest in the growth. And this is also true in math. We're a little bit better overall, but it does give some context for just how strong our numbers are currently. We're just in 2019 and 2022, we were averaging below 50 across our groups, and now we have our one group that we still have a lot of work to do with, but in general, we're doing significantly better. When we look at math, again, pretty consistent. Meeting and exceeding over the years, averaging in the mid-60s. And when we look at our groups, same thing. We see the most improvement was also with our Latinx population in achievement over from 2024 to 2025. We do see growth across the board. Our students with disabilities, we saw a slight downturn, but pretty consistent. And when we look at the next slide with growth, though, we see that with our students with disabilities did grow much more than their peers. And we do at least see our number here above 50, although again, it's the lowest. So it's good, it's strong, but not quite as good as we are seeing with the other groups of students that we have. Science is not explicitly mentioned in our SIP, but we do have at least a couple years to look at and take a quick glance. And here, very strong, mid-70s for meeting and exceeding, and here we actually see it's improving over the last 4 years. So our trajectory is moving in the right direction, and particularly with our students not meeting expectations, we're down at 2 here, which is great. And our participation rate is 99%. And this is a 9th grade exam, although it does say 10 on the slide. Our students are taking it in 9th grade for biology. And again, we see the achievement data, and same thing, very strong, lots of improvement above 2024, between 2024 and 2025, across all our groups. And the only thing for science is that we don't have the SGP because they don't take it in 7th grade, so they can't create the cohorts for the means of comparison. So we just have the achievement data. When we look at SMART goal number 3, this is related to students feeling connected and belonging. One of the data points that we look at for measuring that is attendance. And here we look at our chronic absentee rates. This is an instance where we want to see these numbers go down, so the fact that these are negative is a positive thing. Particularly, we're seeing real gains in our lowest performing students with a 6.6% improvement. But we do see these gains across the board in all our student populations, with it staying fairly consistent with our low-income students. I'm attributing this to the work of our assistant principals, Meg and Diane, who have been working very hard these past 2 years to really meet with students around the attendance policy, starting to hold the students accountable to that attendance policy, and we can see that it is having a really strong and positive impact for us. This data here related to SMART goal number 3 is the Preventive Needs Assessment Survey that SPIFFy does every couple of years. And this one is from last spring, and this data is all aggregated, it includes 8th grade, so it's not just us, it's 8th, 10th, and 12th grade, and we didn't have that many 12th graders take it, so it's probably 40% 8th grade and 60% high school. But when we look at bullying, we can see that we're we're the blue, and the numbers are small, they're hard to read, but we're the blue, and Hampshire County is, the average of Hampshire County is the pink. And we're slightly better than Hampshire County across the board, and I expect that gap might even be a little bit better than indicated here, because if we are included in the averages, we're also the largest school in Hampshire County, so we might be actually skewing the averages up a little bit, and in general, we're doing either the same or better pretty much across the board when it comes to bullying. Same thing is true for school safety. We're pretty much on par with how students are feeling at school, slightly better, where it says students feel safe at school. 93% of our students do. Obviously, we would like the number of students that don't feel safe to be 0. But all in all, compared to the other schools in the area, we're doing pretty well. Opportunities for pro-social involvement in school. And what this is saying is that the students, 87% of our students feel comfortable talking with the teacher one-on-one. 97% say that they feel like they can be a part of class discussion and activities, and 95% report that they can get involved in school sports, clubs, and school activities. So these numbers all feel really strong. What's interesting though is here, we're seeing that the students are not reporting that they are involved. And that's curious, especially because over 50% of our students participate in athletics, which would mean we should see this number, which is frequently participating, be over 50%. So I'm not sure why that data is not reflecting that, but it is something that we can keep an eye on. And then finally, related to goal number 3, creating this greater sense of connection and belonging. We have been working on our restorative practices and our community building. Our Youth Equity Action Group is really a positive influence in this and doing a lot of work hosting community circles and trying to grow our circle practice in the school district. We've had a group of educators be trained through, we call it the Suffolk Group, through that training process. We continue to have circles and trainings at our administrative leadership team meetings. And so it's something that we're working on. I would like us to see us to have even more growth in this area. We still are very much in the community building utilization of restorative practices and haven't been doing it as much for mediating conflicts, and so that's an area of growth for us. And then lastly, our 4th goal is unique. This one's the only one that's not aligned to the district improvement plan. This is something that I've been talking about since I came on board, wanting to create a portrait of a graduate or a portrait of a learner. And we've had initial conversations around this. We actually hosted NEASC doing a training for all the area districts this year. We had a team that attended that. We've had faculty meeting discussions that were really rich. Our school council's been talking about it, and we actually developed surveys to give to the community, although we have not administered those surveys yet. And that is in large part because of the superintendent changeover process. In that interview process, we have heard some of the candidates talk about wanting this to be a K-12 initiative, and a lot of districts are undertaking it on that level. And so I hit pause on this to see the direction that the new superintendent will want to take, and if they want to do this more at the district level than at the school level. And then once we get going with it, I really want to have the capacity to build some momentum around it and have it be a positive thing for our school and our district. So we're taking a little bit of a break on this one, and hopefully we'll be able to dedicate some time to this in the coming school year. I think that is going to conclude my presentation, and thank you, everybody, and I look forward to talking with you soon. Thank you.
Stop there, because the next one, as I said, they talk a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner, and thank you, Principal Taglieri. It was particularly nice to see the inclusion of restorative practices, and maybe one day we'll get them into our committee. Before we move on, I would actually like to bring forward agenda item F in new business, which is the new superintendent's contracts. So Just a moment, please. My apologies as I bring it up. Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank Ms. Annie Azarloza for negotiating the contract with the chair and ask for a motion to approve the negotiated 3-year superintendent's contract with Ms. Azarloza. Is there a motion for that?
Motion to approve the 3-year superintendent contract with the new superintendent, Miss Annie Azaloza.
Motion made by Member Mahoney, seconded by
I second that.
Member Martin. Thank you. Is there any discussion of this item? Cassie, could we have a roll call, please?
Member Stein? Member Stein?
No.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yes.
Member Sanders Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomiko?
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, so moving back. At this point, what I think makes most sense is to entertain a motion to adjourn, to return to our business at the contingency meeting, which is scheduled in future business for the 20th of May. I believe it is at 6:30 after the Rules and Policy meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second? Member Mahoney made the motion, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by
Point
Member
of order,
Jewell.
how are these contingency meetings being established?
So we're setting them during the agenda setting meetings to be after the Rules and Policy meeting, the Wednesday after the full body meeting.
So did you ask the members if that's a convenient time for them?
I believe that Cassie sent out an email about that, as it's when we're hoping to schedule the interview for the new business administrator. And I'm not sure if you were able to respond to that or not.
It's just very short notice, no clarity. A decision's been made to essentially split up and have 2 meetings a month, pseudo schedule it just at the agenda setting committee, and then along one-off issues, maybe send out an email asking people if they can meet a predetermined time with no sort of, it's just, if we want to have 2 meetings a month, let's just make 2 meetings a month and organize what those are going to be. I have an important budget and property report that we're going to skip tonight. So, and I probably cannot be there on the 20th, so I guess that it won't happen. So I don't know, like, I wish you would have more consideration for the rest of the members' times when you guys decide to make these sort of decisions and involve us in conversations if this is how we're going to be scheduling our meetings from here on out.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback, Member Stein. I think what you can anticipate is this is the 3rd month that we have scheduled the contingency meeting to be after Rules and Policy. So it is, and I apologize that we haven't been as transparent as I would like about it. But that we're trying to take into account the fact that we do run over and that there are several members who are not able to stay in the late hours. And yes, it would be great if we could. But
you're not taking into account that there are members that can't make this other time. You're not actually engaged us in this process, and we have, as the minutes reflected tonight, a reference to the way in which all of this is supposed to be dealt with that hasn't been resolved in terms of the rules of the body. So
yeah, thank you, Member Stein, and I'm gonna interrupt you now because a motion to adjourn does not have any discussion, so I'm just gonna move on to the roll call. Cassie, roll call, please.
There's more discussion, people having
We do
hands
not
up.
discuss a motion to adjourn, Member Weisenfreund, so we're gonna go straight to the vote.
I'll be voting against adjourning and share Member Stein's concerns.
you are
And
out of
also
order.
The
Member Weisenfreund,
interview for the
please
business
stop
administrator
speaking.
was
We are
scheduled at the
moving
same time
to
as
a
the
roll
rules as
call.
policy,
Cassie,
which
roll
is, I
call, please.
object to because I
Member
won't be able to
Weisenfreund,
be
I'm
at
going
both.
to mute you. I'm asking, thank you.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
No.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo? Member Stein? Absent.
Motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene on May 20th after Rules and Policy.